Hello! Welcome back to more Ace Attorney. Yay! We started a little later than I expected because I had to eat, and then also I ended up having some scuff. Yay, scuff! So I'm actually really worried the audio isn't working. It sounds like it is, but I'm just nervous, so I'm gonna check something real quick. So you might hear some double Grezy voice action here. Okay. Phew! Problem fixed itself. I was having some audio issues, and when I was clicking around and nothing was changing, I was like, well, I'm gonna log out and log back in. Gonna exit out, and I'm just gonna start over. And that did it. Hey, it works sometimes, right? Now, where we've left off currently. We are in the midst. Oh, hey! Oh gosh, I hope I can say, Onitokoji? Onotokeji, not much. What is up with you? How are you doing? Oh, just Koji's fine? Well, welcome, Koji. And I hope that you're doing well. I'm doing good. I just had some scuffs issues that I was working on, so we finally got it fixed. Literally, as I was just saying, by turning it off and turning it on again. So that worked out great. So yeah, I'm really grateful that worked itself out. Otherwise, I was going to be like, but I was also saying what we kind of left off on yesterday. We started this case where a guy has died, per usual, in Phoenix, Wright, and there's a whole bunch of weirdness going on. There's a French restaurant that nobody seems to frequent. Okay, there's some sus stuff going on about the chef, supposedly. And our good friend Maggie Bird, whom we defended in a different game, was found guilty by an imposter. It was a fake Phoenix. And I can totally understand why Phoenix is so insulted that everyone thought that was him when he sounds nothing like him. It doesn't really even look that much like him. So wild that is. And then there's also an old man who threw his bird seed and is quite taken to the waitresses over there. So he's a regular, and he supposedly was there that day of the murder. So we're about to find out some more. We paused during the recess of the first trial, so we will be returning to that right now.
Phew, that was close.
Tell me about it. I nearly died in there.
That's my line, sir. No, it's my line. I think I really did die a little bit.
Looks like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How can he betray us like that? Oh yeah, I mentioned this yesterday. This little thing that's gonna happen now, because she stays angry. She stays angry at Gumshoe the entire rest of the case until like the very end. And it's just, to me, I think it's silly. You can obviously tell that while on the stand, he was trying so hard because he was just like, oh yeah, did I say something wrong? Like, ooh, because he wants Maggie to be found innocent. And, I don't think Maggie realizes just kind of how silly he is. So, I'm not a fan of this part, but it is what it is. And I can kind of see where Maggie's coming from. And, oh, his bird seed. But yes. See, I also am like, what are you talking about?
Huh? He said he'd help me. but he totally set me up.
I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right?
It's okay. I know all about his lies and betrayal. I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurt this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again.
Poor Gumshoe.
So the next witness is going to be that old guy from the park, right?
Yeah, Mr. Kudo. Lover of waitress outfits and projectile seeds.
I bet he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know? Yeah, he's a big old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick?
Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me. Even those never-ending bird seeds. Especially if Mia is around.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please.
The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Kudo. Name and occupation, if you don't mind.
Your name is Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty, oh, it makes me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times, too.
We don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation.
Oh, you've never played it before? Oh, no worries, Koji. I hope this isn't too spoilery for you. And I never will say, like, overt spoilers while I'm playing, so no stress. But this is the third game in the original Ace Attorney trilogy. I highly recommend them. I absolutely highly recommend them. I say it often whenever I play these games. I sound like a broken record, but it's so true. They're so fun, and they're just so enjoyable. And they released the trilogy on the Switch, so there is that. Some of the older copies might be a little harder to find on the DS, but it's a possibility. I think you can find them okay. I just think I know that my friend who let me borrow them really wanted to make sure that I didn't lose them because they were like with box, and I guess that was kind of hard to find still. So, but either way, if you ever get a chance to play them, Koji, I highly recommend it. So many laughs, such interesting characters, and just great storytelling all around. Cannot recommend it enough. But yeah. And then Death by Beyond. Oh, thank you for following. Oh, what I mean? Oh, wow. Well, I appreciate the compliment. I will let you know I am spoken for. My husband, Ergo, is also a streamer. But thank you for following, by the way. Welcome to the Treasure Hoard. You are a treasured person, and not just because you followed, because you just are. I usually don't mind. I'm not exactly a super safe for work streamer. I usually try to keep things family friendly, but just be careful with how much of that you put in there. If you bring up too much of it, I won't really respond to a lot of it. Just forewarning you, okay? And then Killy B, Legend says in... wow, that's a thing. I'm gonna not mention much about that. All right. But you know what we will mention? We will mention what Kudo is going to tell us. Apparently, he doesn't really have much of his occupation that he wants to say.
My occupation? Here, listen, youngin'. How much God do you think in this kimono embroidery here?
Kimono embroidery?
That's what I do, or did back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country ever existed.
Wow, a real craftsman. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe he could embroider my costume sometime.
Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile.
That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen.
Now then, witness, were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident? Yes. I was eating some seeds over a cup of cappuccino. Seeds? What do you think I see.
So, you saw everything that happened, Gramps.
Did I? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I did. I saw it all.
Then please tell the court. We're all ears.
Sure. I'll tell you every last detail.
He's really getting into this.
All right. What you got for us, Kudo?
The young man was reading the sports paper. The servant girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the servant girl right there, in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. Mr. Kudo, she's not a servant girl. Please refer to her as a waitress.
Thank you, Koji. I find that when switching between Kudo and the judge, I feel like I have one old man voice, but I appreciate that you like it.
You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with old-fashioned ones? Newfangled? All this talk of radios and glasses. It's wireless and spectacles, I tell you. Excuse me? Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away. I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And we press.
I was reading a sports paper, you say. Let's talk about that. So you saw the victim then? You saw Mr. Glenn Elg?
I wanted to know if Guts and Braun retained his championship or not.
So he was looking at the sports paper the victim was reading, huh? And at the location in question. There are partitions between tables on the same side of the restaurant, right?
So what if there are?
If you say that you could see the victim, that means you were sitting at a table on the other side of the restaurant, correct?
I go to that place to drink Javachino, and I'm gonna sit. I don't remember which table I was sitting at.
If you mean you go there to eye the waitresses. Mr. Kudo, that is a very grave accusation. Are you sure about what you saw?
Victor Kudo never makes mistakes. I dot every T and cross every I.
I see.
My eyesight's fine. The doctor said I only need spectacles for reading and driving.
I bet his eyes are only really fine when he's scoping out waitresses.
And I saw what that servant girl put in that Javachino as well.
I bet I know what's coming up, and something tells me I'm not going to like it.
Just like last time.
We'll do a quick little save, just in case. But usually, pressing is what we need to do, so we'll do that. Your Honor, we need more clarification on what was put into the victim's coffee. I'd like to ask the witness to add what he knows about this to his testimony.
I agree. Witness, will you enlighten us, please? Sure. There's no question about it. She was very conspicuously putting some white powder in there.
Did she really put that into the coffee?
You doubt me, boy? She took out a small brown bottle and sprinkled it in.
Couldn't she have been adding sugar?
Sugar in a small brown bottle like that? Like that? Witness, could you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms?
A bottle like this, perhaps.
Oh, there it is. That's the one. That's a bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume.
So what did the accused put in the coffee? I think it's clear, don't you? Ugh. Terrible pain, you say? He just took one sip.
You youngins, you waste everything. Those Javachinos cost $8. In the good old days, we would have drank every last drop, eaten a cup, and then died.
Congratulations, you have earned the title of battiest man to grace a courtroom. So it was an immediate death. Well, with potassium cyanide, I suppose that is possible.
Oh yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch. I felt the Javachino I just drank turn sour in my stomach.
Oh yes, I know that feeling.
And the waitress, I presume she is... You said I remember her well, in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by? Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is! Sorry? You can see all the way up there... You know, she's practically naked in that uniform! So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit. But anyone could wear such a uniform, even me! Woo! Go Phoenix! I swear, if that doesn't exist already, I might have to draw it. Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image.
Don't get all excited, Nick. You've got to keep yourself together.
I guess I got a bit carried away. There are other things I recognize about her, too. He seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? Well, I know what I'm doing. We're saving. Sure, you saw a waitress take the coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bird or not. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, these are the features that you recognize about the defendant. I would ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure. There was a ribbon in her hair, and her apron straps were loose.
So do you think old CD really saw Maggie do it?
He probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time. That's why he was there.
But he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitress.
I guess. She makes a good point.
Hey, did I just say something clever?
I wonder if the waitress Mr. Kudo saw really was Maggie. That's what we have to figure out.
Oh, that's what we have to figure out, Nick.
I agree, Maya. Okay, I know there were some things we didn't press, so hang on. Put something in it. Conspicuously put some white powder in there. I don't think we got a chance to press that one. Oh wait, no, I did. Hang on. You doubt me, boy. Yeah, small brown bottle. And they were like, which brown bottle is that? Oh, this one, huh? Oh, no. That's really sus. Okay, I did press that one. I forgot. It was in terrible pain and collapsed. I remember her well. Okay, it was this. Yeah, I definitely didn't do that one.
You do seem to remember several details about her appearance. But what about the most crucial detail of all? Her face. As if I would remember that! The witness noticed the straps on the accused apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face. That's right! I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair! It was red! So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. There's no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? I get the feeling there's something more to this somehow.
We're definitely doing a lot of little saving here. Okay, ask about the straps, ask about the waitress's back. Well, we could maybe ask about both of these, so let's see what happens.
Mr. Kudo, you seem especially interested in straps. Why is that? What? The ribbon in her hair, the straps on her apron. What's the fascination? Fascination? People have all kinds of...
Wow, he's just calling it out for what it is.
People have all kinds of fetishes, Trite. We don't need to embarrass the witness. Listen, you young upstarts! I haven't got some sick strap finished!
Whoa. Right, Koji? The save button is your best friend. Agreed.
Is there any relevance to the witness's unusual love of straps, Mr. Wright? I was just curious as to why he was so fixated on the waitress's straps. I said I haven't got a strap finish!
Oh my god.
How many times do I have to repeat myself? Very well, continue with your testimony and make it strapless.
Do you think old CD really saw Maggie do it? We already addressed this.
Yes, Maya, you're clever. Always. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, let's go with the... Oops, I went too far. I know I saved and I could just load, but you know what? As long as I don't miss it. There we go. Okay. Her face. As if I wouldn't remember that. Yep, yeah. Okay. Ask about the waitress's back. Okay.
The identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back. What?
And I hear an ergo! It's an ergo! He opened the door, I heard him.
Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all? Huh. He's got you there, Gramps. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons. This is harassment! I tell you, I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons! I'm just telling you what I saw! Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add details about any identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony. Sure.
So old man's testimony is getting longer and longer.
And if I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet. There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. You didn't find anything to be clearly distinct, but you did clearly see the witness's face, yes? No question about it! I didn't come this far to back down now! Victor Kudo never backs down! That's not the answer I was looking for, but okay.
This has turned into a matter of pride for old CD now, I guess. I wonder if he really did see Maggie's face or not.
Like I thought, we need some concrete proof of this. Proof that the old guy didn't see the waitress clearly from the front.
Do you think old CD really saw her? Yeah. Clever, yes you are.
Okay. Well, I think it's the apron. Gonna guess. Hang on, let's go. Okay. And I do have my walkthrough in case we need it. Because I don't want it to take a million years. Especially since I haven't finalized any specific plans. I certainly haven't made like a post about it or anything on Twitter. But I want to do a marathon stream for Phoenix Wright on Friday or Saturday. I'm not sure which day I'm going to start it on, but we're going to play at least the last case of this trilogy all the way through. We're not going to take any breaks like day-wise. We're going to play it in that day. But again, I'm not sure which day I'm starting on. Could be Friday, could be Saturday. So I want to kind of do this as quickly as I can, but also, still have fun and still think about things too. But yeah. So I want to see how far we can get today. I'll try streaming. I want to see if we can finish this case today. That would be nice, but that could take a while though. But yeah, so worn by Maggie at the time of the incident, has a small pocket but big stains. He said there was nothing unique that he saw about her from the front, and I feel like you would have noticed this. Let's try it.
Mr. Kudo, I would like you to please take a look at this. That filthy thing, that filthy thing would shoot filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like just after he's done eating. Have you ever seen this before? Of course I haven't. You think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot. Huh. What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in there. Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this, which means if you had really seen this apron before. Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oops. Witness, you can't just oops your way out of this. This isn't oops all perjury. Well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Listen, Wright. Here are all the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird. Exactly. And when that one waitress put the poison into the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say, and what you say you remember seeing. Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps. You can rely on me, Captain. My nugget's in perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what a burger a customer wanted.
He can't remember? Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out.
Very well. Let's test just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim.
What if he was like,
No! He was another one of those pesky young types wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the servant girl in question brought over the Jalapeno. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip.
speaking of taking a sip of my drink, and I realize I have too much ice in it. Here we go. I have both V8, it's like a fruit V8 juice thing, and water up here, so I'm all ready.
This testimony we have just heard was to testify how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Oh yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything.
How are we gonna handle this, Nick?
We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot.
Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel?
I suppose, but it's just what I do best. Tripping up old people! Alright. What about that? Spectacles.
Dark glasses to you. One of the glasses was green, but the other was broken. Newfangled rubbish, that's why I remember him so well.
Ah, yes, his Saiyan Scouter. He did have some kind of lens over his left eye, but I wouldn't have called it a pair of glasses.
He seems to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Perhaps I should take him to wearing some and rival Mr. Cadeau's sharp appearance.
We better come up with something sharp and quick.
Guess I'll wait and see if I should challenge him about the spectacles. Okay, newspaper, huh? The newspaper was a sports paper, was it?
That young hooligan! I nearly asked him, can't you even read without fidgeting? How was I supposed to be able to read the back page with all that rustling going on? I need to find out if Gutson Braun retained his championship title.
It was his paper, not yours. If you wanted to know so bad, why didn't you buy your own?
Why are you looking at me like that for? How dare you judge me? No!
Gutson Braun got beaten yesterday, by the way. Anyway.
The wireless.
The decadent young rascal! In my day, it was one or the other. Read the paper or listen to the wireless.
Oh boy.
And using an earpiece, it's selfish, that's what it is. I was straining my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it.
Was he that desperate to listen to the radio?
What are you looking at me like that for? How dare you?
You mean the waitress, who you only saw from behind, right?
You're one of those, are you? You never let anything go. Isn't that right?
Maybe.
What does it matter if I saw it from the front or from behind? My eyes don't lie.
Ow! I better not push it until I've got some hard evidence. If I remember correctly, I think this one is going to be the thing. Because I remember distinctly when doing this case before that one part of it really messed me up, and it had something to do with the cup. So I'm thinking it's something about this. So let's see what he says. His free hand.
Yes.
Which hand was that?
Weren't you listening before? Cloth ears! I said he was rustling the newspaper with his right hand, didn't I? If his free hand wasn't his right, then which hand do you think it was? Ow!
Perhaps the great Mr. Trite has three hands. You don't? Yeesh, I was only asking. You need to gang up on me and treat me like a freak. The whole point of this cross-examination is to establish just one thing. That this old guy's memory has more holes than a slice of Swiss.
I guess we just need to find a contradiction in his testimony somewhere, huh?
Anything will do, even the smallest detail. We just need one mistake and he's ours. Okay, let me look at the court record. Let's look at the cup. The coffee contained potassium cyanide, covered in the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. Okay.
I could be thinking too much into this because I think this is what confused me before. So if I remember correctly, the reason why it's the coffee cup is the way that it's pictured here. The mouth, you can clearly see it, and like the what you call it, the part of the mug that you hold, you know? That little section there, it's on the right. So he would have had to have been holding it with his right hand. Or wait, no, that is what the guy said, isn't it? Or wait, is the other way around? It has something to do, I think this is why it messed me up before. Because I was like, wait, what direction are we talking about here? Because he was saying he was holding the paper with his right hand, and so his free hand was the left hand. But if he was, okay, no, I was right. Yeah, if he was holding the paper with his right hand, then that can't be right, because the cup is the right. I get my rights and my lefts easily confused in stressful situations, but I think I'm right. I think that's it. Okay, hang on. Let's go back to that. Let's see which one. Go with his free hand and took a sip. Did he say the other? Which hand? He had newspaper in his right hand. Okay, let's try it there. Save first. If I lose a little bit of points, it's okay. But you know, I like to save. As we established, it is our best friend. Is this the right one? Whoop, nope. Okay, hang on. Maybe it could be, oh, hang on. Yeah, load. There we go. It could be the right evidence, but the wrong thing. So it may not be that one. Let's try that one. Yeah, well, this one does reference the cup, so that would make sense. Yeah! That doesn't always mean it's right, but usually it does. Sweet, okay.
Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? This was a way of testing the credibility of your memory. Yeah, I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory. I tell you nothing. If I got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song. Care to tell us where this is going, Wright? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left. What is this, kindergarten? But I would like the court to please take a look at this. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Yes, and on the rim, you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there's a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see that the victim was holding the cup in his right hand. But how? Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance.
Wow. Phoenix is so savage.
You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this simply is not acceptable. I think the witness had better go back to the park where he came from. Wait! If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad, you're wrong! I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. You still insist on your testimony? That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh yes, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. It's a dead young hotbot and hotbot. Hotbot. Young hotbot and you spiky-haired yahoo who are at fault. Who, me? Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 16 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say.
I think Ergo just closed the door because I'm being loud.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but sure, why not hear a little more? Mr. Kudo. But this is my 16th cup of coffee, so this is your final stand. Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor.
And if I remember this correctly, I think this has something to do with where he was sitting. Oh, I could be wrong. Oh, let's find out.
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs.
Okay.
He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand! We know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor often used by programmers or Super Saiyans. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work. HD TV, DVD, CD. All these newfangled letters drive me mad, but they don't matter. I know what I saw and I'm telling the truth.
It's true. He doesn't seem to be lying. Those are the
facts in good and old black and white.
All right. Let's do some pressing here.
So the victim was wearing an HMD.
HDD, what does it matter?
It was none of them actually, but anyway. And you're sure that he was wearing the earpiece on the same side?
No question. I can only see that side of his head from where I was sitting.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. From the opposite table, he'd only have a view of the side of the victim's head.
He kept fiddling with it the whole time. Oh, I forgot I already read that.
It seems you kept an eye on Mr. Glenelg.
He was getting on my nerves, brushing that newspaper, fiddling with his earpiece all time. And then he went and made all that fuss dying for one sip of Frappuccino. I wanted to say to him, calm down, you young brat. Just looking at it made me suddenly speed up my seed eating. I could have choked.
So I take it the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy. The earpiece you mentioned, which hand did the victim touch it with?
You're one of those, aren't you? You're the type that uses your left hand to get things out of your right pocket. Or fastens your left cuff with your right hand. And when the tour guide says on your right side, you'll see the famous blah blah. You're the only one who deliberately looks left. Well, aren't you?
No, I didn't mean.
Obviously, he used the hand on the same side of his body the earpiece was in.
Ow! So if he had the HMD on his left side, then it was his left hand, I guess. You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Kudo.
It's because I know what I saw, no matter what tricks you try to play on me.
Looks like he really did see the guy picking the cup up with his left hand. This is a dead end.
Well, Nick, what do you think?
I think the guy's telling the truth. But even so, something's not quite right.
Then chuck evidence at him until he breaks.
But if he's not lying, there wouldn't be any contradictions in his testimony, right?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side.
Ooh, hang on.
Oh, the ear medication. Wait, that was it. That was the bag. The victim got it from the doctor before going to Japan. Okay. Is it the bottle? Do we not have the bottle? Oh, wait, the autopsy. What ear? Did it say? Wait, I know it has something to do with his ear. Because he had the issue with his ear. Hang on. Does it say here? Left eardrum was ruptured. That's it. That's it. Okay, it's gotta be it. That gotta be it. Kept filling with it. Now I just gotta figure out where he was filling it with it just before he picked up the cup too, and then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. I think it'll be this one here. Let's save. I don't want to lose too many points. We've already lost some. So let's save. Okay. Let's try. I always forget profiles exist. I almost used his profile. That would have been embarrassing. Did Grezy get it right again?
I'm not sure what the relevance of this, but... Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange about your observations of the victim.
What?
You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD.
No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting.
I don't think so.
What did you say? You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo, but the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right. It's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear, because he couldn't even hear in that ear.
Is that true, Captain?
It is.
Pigeon! Pretty pigeon! Order!
This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind, and he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot? Yeah, a single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk.
Captain! Are you calling me a drip? This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows the victim picked it up with his right hand. I'll never back down! I know I'm right! The lad drank his cappuccino with his left hand!
Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly, the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup held in his right hand and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw. Impossible. The witness had already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee. Which hand the victim used to pick up his coffee is irrelevant, Your Honor. The fact still stands. With one hand or the other, Mr. L drank the poisoned coffee. Like this. Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether What's up, folks? Establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. We love a Godot spit take.
I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. I am satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old fogey! I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo. You can't reach me from here. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned.
Oh.
Wait! If we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo? Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there, I'm just a bubbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now.
How is your bad memory my fault?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. I have kept my mouth shut until now, but there's something else the court should know.
What? There's more?
To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything. But I want another chance! I want another crack at you, you young shark!
Me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun.
Well, anyone? What do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook?
Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee.
What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the cappuccino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man. That's enough, witness. I believe it will be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony. You bet! Much, much quicker!
I can't believe this is happening.
You better get ready!
I get the picture. Just quit throwing the seeds at me, would you? He's gotta be using some sort of infinite ammo code with the box of seeds.
First of all, I want to stress that this might not be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his cappuccino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke, and the strip of the cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down,
Sorry for the noisy sip there. I'm getting to the end of my my juice. Gonna have to get some more. Or start drinking my water. Either.
Is that all? Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. You doubted me again. You doubted a poor, defenseless old man. No, we're not doubting you, Mr. Kudo.
Don't you get a feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick?
Yeah. So what? Probably.
That's all I can think of.
Or that's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy.
You're buried brain. That's why that's all you can think of.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your final cross-examination, please.
The court generally prefers if witnesses are sure of themselves, Mr. Kudo.
Noisy brat! I'm warning you, I'm more savage than a macho man right now. You won't beat me with this testimony. This is the final battle.
Ow! Ow! He's chucking those seeds harder than ever. I better be careful.
Come on, Nick. Nail him.
The court has already heard that testimony, Mr. Kudo.
I know that. I was just setting the mood. How else am I supposed to build up the suspense,
The suspense?
Yes.
Sorry, I totally missed what you said there, Kudo.
No. Please continue, Mr. Kudo, as quickly as possible. All right, now where was I? Yes, the young boy slumped over the table and...
A vase, you say?
Yes, there are vases all on the tables in that place. There are accidents waiting to happen. They're practically begging to be knocked over.
Well, he's right about there being vases. I do remember seeing them too. Oh, but there's a vase on that table! There was a vase on the table when I ate lunch there. And you saw the moment when the victim actually knocked over the vase.
Well, it's hard to say. It's a bit unclear. How do you really define?
Okay, I get it.
I heard it break, and the sight of it is burned into my memory as clear as day.
Soaked in water, you mean?
Yes, it splashed me on the knee as well.
You said you were sitting at the table across the room from the victim, right? And yet, the water still managed to splash onto you.
It was cold. I clearly remember it splashing me.
Could the water really make it all the way across to the other side of the room? You mean the vase on the victim's table falling upside down and breaking?
The vase turned upside down, and my testimony's turning this case upside down. It's a joke. I just wanted everyone to hear it. What do you think, Captain?
I'm impressed by your ability to waste time. Godot hasn't raised any objections for a while now.
So, you young show-off, with that scrap of information, I'm throwing down the gauntlet. If I lose this one, I'll take it like a man and admit defeat.
He's really giving you the evil eye. Oh, he's really giving you the evil eye, Maya.
It's you he's looking at, Nick, not me. It's like he's saying, I triple dog dare you to find a contradiction, youngin'.
I guess I'll just have to rise to the challenge then. I can read. Okay. We all saw that, right? The vase was on the table in question, and it was not turned over. He knocked it right over. It could be either of those two statements, I would assume. Let me double check and make sure I do have what I need. Is there like a picture of the restaurant? Just the blueprints of the crime scene. Photo of the scene. Yes! Whoops, wrong button. Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene.
So what?
Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact. Lost your tongue, Granddad?
I'm no granddad of yours. I'm Scotch. Ow. Enough. If you throw any more seats in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night. What is it now? I just remembered something.
Yes, go on.
The broken vase. It was on my table.
What?
Yeah, well, you see, it startled me when that young lad collapsed, so I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean.
The vase on your table?
Yeah, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked.
Well. And that's what we call comedy, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today. I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been of any use at all?
Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo.
Wait a minute! If that's the case, there's more! I've got more to say! Oh yes, I remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. Wait! Listen to me!
I wonder what he was going to say.
Well, we seem to have been considerably sidetracked. And I am still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there were two disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far.
The mark on the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank from with his left hand, and the earpiece, which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear.
Wow, Nick, you did it!
I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts.
Yes, Your Honor.
There was one more thing before I call today's session to an end.
One more thing, Your Honor?
The witness we just heard from is most insistent that his testimony should be of use, so he's summarized it accordingly into this statement.
Okay.
You may each have a copy of it, if you wish.
Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that.
Godot's really mad, huh?
Yeah, I would be too.
Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies, my own, yours, and Mr. Godot's.
Yes, Your Honor. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Nice. I'm sorry? This isn't a piece of testimony, more like a 5-year-old's apology.
What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies?
That is all. This court is adjourned. And Grezy is very grateful that she doesn't have to do 2 old man voices that basically sound almost the same.
That will make it easier. Yay! Yes, we will save. And what we're gonna do real quick, I'm gonna take myself a little mini break because I need to use the facilities and get me some more juice. And also say hello to Ergo. So I'll be back very soon. Don't go anywhere. We've got more court coming. And we're back. I got some more of my berry blend V8. And so I'm ready. I'm all ready to get back into it. All right, no, we already saved. We're good.
So, how do you think the trial went this morning?
How do you think it went?
It got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances.
Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what old Mr. Kudo saw, the apron straps and the ribbon. And that the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured.
Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis.
Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh?
Yeah, we've got to find one for Maggie or she's going to have a terminal case of guilty.
Well, I'm officially at a loss as to where to start.
Yeah, me too. Let's try some brainstorming. You go first.
I guess we should try to put Mr. Kudo's testimony to some sort of use.
Yeah, that's true.
And we need to figure out the identity of the waitress and who the real victim was. Somehow, I think the key to this case has got to be a Tribulations.
Well then, let's go back there and check it out again. Oh, and we should drop in on Maggie and see how she's doing too.
So, anything on your mind?
Actually, there is something. I was wondering about Yixinio, you know? Like, what's he like and stuff?
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that guy.
I gotta beat you so hard it'll feel like you were smooching the express train. Phoenix Wright? You saying you's Phoenix Wright? Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only.
Actually, I've learned a little something about my doppelganger.
Huh? You did? What did you find out?
Oh yeah, Maya was working at the restaurant when I ran into Don Finone? Finone? Let's just say he was such a terrible version of me that I want to sue for defamation. What's that guy's story anyway? What does he have to gain by impersonating me? Well, start here. Just go everywhere.
Looks like Gumshoe's not here.
Never mind that. What's going on? Feels different in here somehow.
You think?
Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge.
What are you doing? Calling the officers for the briefing, quick!
Can't you shut down the station server?
Chief, quit playing on the internet! But my email pen pal!
Leaders and princes! That was difficult for me to decipher there.
Save it for later. I'm turning it off now.
No! Leaders and princes!
Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh?
Keeping busy. More like panicking if you ask me. Something's going on. Something big. This must be the chief of detectives here. He looks lost now that the power to his computer has been cut.
Oh well, I guess I'll just have to write her a real letter instead of an email.
Alternately, you could write up some reports. Just a suggestion.
Dear leaders and princess, how are you? I'm okay. How was the show last night?
Wow, what an awesome job. Maybe I should send in my resume and become a chief.
That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Even pickpockets can have their pockets picked. That's a keeper. Better go with something that doesn't sound too much like a slogan. He must be coming up with slogans for crime prevention campaign, but I'm not sure even he knows what kind of crime he's trying to prevent. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Okay, I don't think we're gonna find anything right now. We'll probably have to come back later, like when Gumshoe's around. I guess Maggie's still in questioning.
But we've got questions to ask her too. Maggie! Maggie!
Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know.
Who's to say?
Empty, as usual.
Yeah, and it's lunchtime too. I don't know who this is. Is this our chef? I don't know. That's it. Come on. Hey, that sounds like... Oh, there we go.
Now just call an 8, pal. Come on. I know you can.
He's getting worked up on something.
No! That's the wrong number. Looks like an 8. Looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a rip-off.
What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe?
Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just listening to the radio, pal.
To the radio?
Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here.
He is. He's having the twin tea set.
What could I say? This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal?
You really drove her into a corner, you know.
You always blow apart my testimony. Why, of all days, did you do it today?
Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it, for once.
Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese?
Would you prefer crumbly like aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find.
So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean?
Well, how did she put it again?
I can't believe Detective Gumshoe! I hate him, sir! I mean it! I don't ever want to see him again!
Something like that. Please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean...
Why? Why is this happening?
I sound like the old man. He's banging his head against the wall.
Well, Nick.
Oh man, poor Gumshoe. So, did you like the twin tea set?
I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous my hands were shaking.
So, how did it taste?
Well, for $20, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, really. It was, delicate.
Delicate?
You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you?
What's the matter with him?
Looks like he's thinking.
That's it. I've been trying to think of the right way to describe the taste. And I just realized, it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. Yeah. It's just kind of hard to admit it to yourself when you paid $20 for it, you know?
Maybe you should have found out about the price after he had finished eating.
Hey, Nick, maybe that's why Glenelg came here. Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set.
If by fierce you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glenelg, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy.
Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing as he's here? So what were you all excited about earlier?
Hey.
That's right. You said you were listening to the radio or something.
Oh, that was nothing. I was excited. Or I wasn't excited.
Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell little old me. What were you listening to?
Nothing really. It was just a daily exercise show.
What the? A cyclock?
Today's lunch special's lobster sure is great.
And why are there tears in your eyes?
I wonder, can we do it? It is just a one lock. Let's see what we have to try to prove. All right, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to?
No way, pal. Now that you've made a big deal out of it, I'm not gonna tell you.
We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to... I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big, just like Glenelg did.
It's like you can see right through me.
I've cracked him already?
See, pal, that's why I said it was nothing.
Poor Gumshoe.
I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try.
What's with everyone in the lottery?
So, how did it go?
I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elk, see? They've got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on air. It's intense, pal.
I bet that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day he was killed.
Yeah, what time is it now?
It's just after 1:30.
And are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time?
Yeah, look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket.
Millionaire Radio. That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick.
Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money.
That's the sports paper the victim wrote something in, right?
What is it?
I know I've heard that name somewhere before. MC Burma. Yeah, I heard it real recently, too.
Wow, he actually seems to be thinking for once.
Heck, it's no good. I can't remember.
And he goes back to being the Gumshoe we all know and love. Okay, so still hasn't figured that out yet. Okay, yeah, and then he asks his friend, and his friend says he was bad. I don't think he's gonna have anything for this. What do you think about this, Detective Gumshoe?
Sorry, pal, I can't discuss anything connected to the case.
Hey, I thought you said you were going to help us out.
I can't help you out if I don't have any info.
Yeah, I suppose the retrial has only just begun.
I haven't got anything to say about that, pal. Just take it away already, will you, please?
Spending $20 on this has got to be killing him inside.
Hey, are you putting this up for sale, pal?
No! Well, why would you want a busted up scooter like this anyway?
Yeah, plus the seat's all covered in pigeon poop.
Who cares? If it runs, that's all that matters to me.
My phony was riding this bike. Maybe if I head back to the park, it'll be there again.
It's for $500,000, pal. It's a $500,000.
Is there really that much money tied up in this case?
I can't give you an answer on that, pal. Not without this case's file in front of me. Or without it in front of me. But I'll tell you this. That Armstrong guy would have done anything for cash. He was desperate, you know.
No, I don't, but I think I sort of get the picture. What do you think about this? Sorry, pal. Oh, yeah, okay, nothing. Whoops. Back. Is this another dead end? Yeah, okay. Anything about this? Nope, nope, nope. What do you think about this? Nothing, nothing. What about this? Sorry, pal.
A one-way ticket to happiness, huh?
Glenn L. died because of this ticket.
Yeah, but it's still a one-way ticket to happiness, pal.
And Maggie was found guilty of murder because of it, too.
Looks like anything about Maggie is an instant conversation stopper.
Yeah, he's got a real soft spot for her, and it obviously hurts when you hit it.
That's the apron Maggie was wearing. It still smells like it, too.
Does this mean Maggie smells like ketchup?
What do you think about this, Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, sorry, don't got nothing on that one either. We never did find the contents of that bag.
It was medicine for Mr. Elg's ruptured eardrum, right?
Yeah, we found traces of it in his left ear canal. He must have used it while he was at Tribulations. We're sure of that much. Apparently everyone's listening to this show now.
That's because everyone wants money.
I mean, fair.
They say that the victim, Glenn Elk, was really into gambling.
Yeah, you can't beat gambling. I love it too. I won $500 last night playing cards with Nick.
Huh? We were playing for money?
Of course, so you better pay up.
You're a smart one. Waiting for a comp to be present before asking for the cash.
Oh, I love it. Anything new? Okay. Should we bring up any of the people? About Victor Kudo. Anything?
You know, in all my years, I've never seen a witness who was that confused before. Yeah, you looked pretty confused by his testimony. Nothing against old guys. I liked him and all. But he sounded like he was pretty sure about what he saw.
Yeah, that's the impression I got too.
Me three. But then, why doesn't even a single part of his testimony corroborate with any of the facts? Well, I know, but I'm not gonna say anything. I'm no spoiler.
You know what that chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of the toxins. And then he gave me this bottle.
What's in it?
I don't know, the label says juniper. But I'll tell you what, this stuff works like a charm. I slept like a rock last night.
Oh, really? That's nice.
This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked.
What happens when he crashes though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden?
Yeah, he wasn't literally a computer, Maya.
Yeah, anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim.
Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun?
Fun? Oh, I know. So, have you paid a visit where Mr. Elg worked yet? You might as well.
His workplace? Where's that?
A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. or something like that.
Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun. Let's go.
Computers aren't really my thing, Maya.
We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff.
I wonder about that.
It's just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look.
A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. Huh?
Maggie's probably crying all alone right now.
Oh, hello. Hello, Ollie Raiden. Welcome, 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 Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, not gonna lie, that got me. I was totally in the zone, and so when that happened, I was like, what? But how are you? How was your stream? I'm gonna try to shout you out here. If it's working right. But thank you so much for the raid. Much appreciated. And I hope that you are doing well and having a great time. We're in the midst of an Ace Attorney trial because I'm trying to prepare for my upcoming marathon. I really hope we can get to where I want to be by that day. So we'll see how long we'll be playing this one for today. We're doing Ace Attorney 2, just finished case 4 of game 1. Oh, that's awesome! Awesome, awesome. Well, do be careful because this is game 3 and this is the 3rd case. Yes. So I don't know if you're worried about spoilers or anything. So yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to do a marathon. Oh, you've played the... Oh, good. Okay. Awesome. So you played the trilogy, so no stress there. That is great. Absolutely. That's why I'm doing it too. I played these games before as well. They're just, as I'm sure that you know, they're just so fun to go back to. They're so good. You can play them multiple times and it's still entertaining. But yeah, so I'm either going to be starting the marathon on Friday, maybe Saturday, because my birthday is on Saturday. So I wanted to do a birthday stream that was also a marathon stream. And I want specifically to do the final case. So the final case in this trilogy is really long. I don't know if it's as long as Ashes. Oh, thank you for following, Ollie. Much appreciated. Happy to have you a part of the treasure hoard, and you're a treasured person, not just because you followed, because you just are, and you should remember that. But yeah, so we'll see. We'll see where I'm at. If I feel like I really need to, I might start the marathon on Friday to just get everything, hopefully done at a moderately good time, so that I'm not like plan this like for I don't know a million years. So we'll see. I'm still debating on how that is exactly gonna go, but I'm glad that you were playing Ace Attorney and having fun.
The first game, I have a soft spot in my heart for the first game because obviously it was the first thing I ever saw of it. It's just so good. Are you going to play the extended trial as well? So Rise of the Ashes? Or Rise from the Ashes? Oh yeah, I should probably let Maya say things.
Yeah, thanks to you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Maya, don't torch poor Gumshoe's feelings like they're cups of cheap creme brulee.
You're really crazy about Maggie, aren't you?
No, I'm not. It's not that I,
You don't have to hide it, Gumshoe. It's pretty obvious.
And you think so? Awesome. I'll have to keep an eye out then.
Yeah, you're way too plain looking for Maggie, right?
you rest you right now if you weren't so right.
Then been playing it with a friend of mine. We did Great Ace Attorney last year. That was blind for me. Yes, so my husband and I, Ergo, he's also a streamer. We were playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and we still haven't finished it. We need to. We're on the last case of the first game, so we need to get to it. We need to. So speaking of marathons, we'll probably have to marathon that one as well as going through our old playthroughs to remember what happened. But I really was enjoying it, and I accidentally got spoiled because I was just looking something up, and I saw an image, and I won't say what it was, but when I saw it, I was like, oh my god. And I was like, Ergo, I think I got spoiled. And I told him, and he was like, oh man, yeah. Yeah, you probably can guess what it was. Which honestly, knowing, knowing what happened in one of the cases, it doesn't surprise me that they did something like that, because that character was really interesting. And I thought they were just doing kind of like a Mia, but I mean, if you think about it, Mia comes back too, so... but anyway, I'm trying not to be spoilery, so I should probably not say any more than that. Just in case anyone happens to be hearing this and doesn't want to know spoils. That being said, I think we've asked Gumshoe everything we need to ask him. So let's go to the kitchen. Is a chef in here? I have to remember my egregious French accent that I was doing.
Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. I'll be back next month.
Oui, naturally, I'll be waiting for you.
If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here.
No, I will have everything ready, I promise.
I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles.
No, stop it, I beg you.
Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you.
No, this is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle.
Talk to anyone, and I'll drive a knife right through your heart.
Oh no, you don't have to worry. You know, you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is the oil of sandalwood.
I do love raw meat from time to time.
And then, what were you saying? I saw a tweet earlier saying that they had a major plot twist spoiled because I looked up the alley. I'm not gonna lie, that might have been the exact thing that happened to me. So that is pretty funny, actually. I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye for now. She seems fun.
I have les shivers. I must rub some of my oil all over my body before I comes in nervous break. There. Oh, oui, that feels good. Oh, la la. Excusez-moi, monsieur.
My eyes!
Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this, la oil of sandalwood.
Isn't that just the leftovers of what you were just using?
Nah, I'm sure it's fine.
You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong?
No, you are right, monsieur. But perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way, I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la dish supreme.
Putting on a brave face, huh?
That's what girls do, Nick.
But you are right. Business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand it. They think it is trade. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive.
But they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays.
Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry.
Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya?
But this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it to La Finale. No one will take it from me.
So, who was that woman you were just talking to?
Oh la la, you saw that?
Well, yes, sorry.
So, who was she? She looked so polite and graceful.
Polite, graceful.
And she likes raw meat and fires, right? I'll be back next month.
In case you forgot what we just saw 2 seconds ago.
Oui, naturally, I'll be waiting for you.
If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here.
No, I will have everything ready, I promise.
Now that I think about it. Hey, Maya, I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having.
You think so? Well, then let's show him that piece of evidence and see what happens.
What piece of evidence? Gosh, I don't know. Let's take a quick look again. The characters have the memories of brains of a goldfish. They need constant reminders of the most basic stuff. You know, true. They really, really do. You are not wrong at all. Oh no, the audio just disconnected. Uh-oh. Hang on. Let me try to fix something here real quick. I forgot that I muted my microphone on that side as well. I was just saying that Ergo is the tech support here in our relationship. I believe in you. Yeah, this happened earlier when I was starting the stream, but I ended up having to log out and like close everything and open it again, and it ended up working.
I mean, you might.
At least this music is a bop, though. Okay, that worked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing it now. Are you hearing it now, Mr. Krabs? Sorry. Hey,
Okay.
thanks, baby.
Yep.
You're awesome. Everybody give it up for Ergo. Woo! The computer extraordinaire. All right, I want to make sure that I'm not muted anywhere. Perfect, okay. Awesome. So we should be all set now. All right, so what evidence does she want me to show? Well, when in doubt, I could just show him everything. We'll figure it out. Oh, probably that.
So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with la broken wings.
An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it.
Oui, they keep harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in.
I agreed to help them.
Help them? With what?
My sponsor. If I do not owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied.
Please, what did you agree to help them with?
No, I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with a salad garnish.
Ew, I hope he doesn't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm going to guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract. Am I right?
Ah!
Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman.
The woman who was here earlier. I take it that she's,
Why has it come to this? What a tragedy! Suddenly, I find myself so deep in the debt. It is a sign of the bad world we live in, huh?
No, I'd say it's more of a sign of bad culinary skills.
The woman who was here is a scary woman. She's from the loan office.
Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from?
Oui, tender lender it is called.
Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money.
Please, you must not borrow from...
Oh, I thought it was Phoenix, and at first I was like, why is he putting on the French accent?
Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must no more than $10.
$10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya.
Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much.
So Tender Lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh?
I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case.
I am a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer myself up. Thanks to him loaning me a lot of money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like a slave. I have to do everything that he tells me.
Who's he?
The tiger.
The tiger?
Oui. He is the manager of the Tender Lender, a terrifying man, the big city monster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of that battered old scary Wright, I start to cry.
A big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter. Does this guy resemble me by any chance?
Oh, no. This man is a presence, a most formidable personality. Although, oui, he does have less spiky hair, just like you. Oui, there is a resemblance there, I suppose.
Right, Tigre? He is something, isn't he, Tigre?
Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all.
If you want to visit the Tender Lender, it is just beyond Vitamin Square.
Hey, Nick, if you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3.
Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh?
Guess we know where we need to go. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate, Kamini. Well, here, I've been drinking some like juice, but I will take a sip of my actual water, just for that. Ah, thank you very much, Kamini. I appreciate the hydrate, and I hope that you're doing well. Hope that you're lurking off screen and just having a good time. Let's see. Do I need to present anything else to him? Is this that battered up scooter you were talking about?
What is it?
Is this young scooter?
No, I saw it before in Vitamin Square, you see.
Mon Dieu, no. Take it away, do not show that to me.
Talk about an allergic reaction. Got anything about that?
That is true. My vases are broken all the time. I bought a new one this next day after the incident. But they wouldn't let me put it on the table because of the investigation.
Maybe something about Maggie's apron?
About this.
Yeah, I think that's his thing about he doesn't know anything. Yeah, no comprehend. Yeah, don't make something up. Yeah, okay. About this? Yeah, okay. He doesn't know about that either. About this? No? No? Nothing about that, huh? Just in case. About this? You don't know anything about your own cup? Alright, just making sure.
Anything about Glenn?
The dead man left first in my restaurant.
No way! You mean the first customer you ever had?
No. It was the first time I've had a dead man in my restaurant. Such a shame to lose a customer after only his first meal here. Oh, how it hurts me to see that poor girl's face.
Maggie's?
And she was superhumanly unhappy.
Superhumanly?
And if
She hadn't come to work for me, she wouldn't have gone into this mess.
I'm missing something here, aren't I?
Oh, Maggie, forgive me.
Well, I think we need to go to Vitamin Square. Oh, Gumshoe's still here. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. Sorry, I've just been staring at a wall for like 5 minutes while you guys were talking to the chef. We've got a big meeting starting in a bit.
About Maggie's case, you mean?
No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside.
Okay, well, see you later then.
Bye!
And we'll have to go back to the precinct soon because a little something may be going on. As we heard earlier, they were freaking out about the computers. So we might hear some more about that. You better get going, detective, or you'll be late.
Actually, I kinda got a favor to ask. It's a big one.
A favor?
Yeah, it's for, Maggie, actually. I was kinda hoping you'd give this to her for me.
What is it?
It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been real worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight.
Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth who could down this much meat.
You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness.
I remember this part. Oh, I feel like this part right here, this is probably screenshot a lot.
So will you give it to her? It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal.
I can't exactly say no, can I?
Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry.
Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give it that to Maggie.
He's finally gone. Quick, Maya, eat the lunchbox right now. Yeah, let's go to Vitamin Square. We're here now. That's right there. According to Gumshoe, it's like right there. It feels fitting.
I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you?
Maybe he went to go buy another ton of bird seeds.
I was
kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway. At least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. Oh, hey. Look at that.
Hey, check this out.
I wouldn't get too close if I were you. Otherwise, you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine, a tiger, loose in a city.
Meanwhile, the real phoenix is like an abandoned chick, lost in a vast urban jungle.
Huh?
Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope.
Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Nothing new, right?
I used to love sandboxes like you wouldn't believe.
Really? You?
Sure, finding iron fillings in the sand with my magnet was my favorite thing to do.
We heard about this yesterday. Maya and her iron fillings. Nothing seems new here. I don't think. Yeah, like, this is so fruity. The apple slide. Yeah, that we heard yesterday. It's like this orange. Speaking of fun. Oh, that might have been something new. Hang on.
Looking at this orange reminds me
Of what?
that you're supposed to eat a lot of them to ward off colds in the winter. You can't have fun during the holidays if you're sick in bed, you know.
Speaking of fun, if we get Maggie acquitted, maybe we can all get together sometime.
Okay, but what do we play with someone who's never even won a game of tic-tac-toe?
How about we change the rules a bit then? We could play Old Maid and, we could say the person who's left with the Old Maid at the end is the winner. How's that?
Not bad at all. We could even rename the game to Fair Maiden.
I like that. I also like that they're trying to help her out. I like that. Here, let's go to Tenderlender.
This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it?
Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing.
Oh, and hello, Hector. Welcome to the stream. How are you?
Talk about a creepy voice. It makes your soul want to shrivel up and die.
You're here to discuss alone?
No, not exactly.
The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. She's gone, just like that.
I guess we'll just have to come back another time.
But this is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick, let's take a look around, okay?
Do you think it'd be okay?
Of course, no one will ever know. Coffee. Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly.
Yes, thank you.
Do not touch the desk. Please. Nick, let's get out of here.
Now she wants to get out of here.
Oh, hey, that suit looks very familiar, wouldn't you say?
Hey, look at this Parisian style coat. It's so chic.
Looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't gotten an eye for fashion.
Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick.
The same color as my suit? Keep your voice down, Maya.
Nick, you've got to take a look at this. Some cake. Ah! I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here, quietly. Otherwise, sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said.
Yeah, sure.
I have my eye on you, only so I can take care of you. Understand? I'm scared, Nick.
So, what were you getting so excited about earlier?
Look on the lapel of the suit.
That's an attorney's badge.
Is the tiger a lawyer?
No way. Look at this thing. It's made of paper.
For some reason, your badge suddenly looks real cheap to me, Nick.
Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? There's a CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can see it.
The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Ah!
Yes, thanks. It was lovely.
So, you drank it all? If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup.
That coffee. It was laced with something. I'm not sure of it.
Nick, my stomach, it's killing me. Oh, wait, maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast.
I sure hope so. We better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the?
What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger?
I love that. The Rocco soundtrack, Claw of the Tiger. That's beautiful.
It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc in pen. MC Bomber.
What?
This must be the CD Maggie told us about.
Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal.
No way. That would make us drink more coffee if we do. That's one impressive desk on one impressive rug.
It's solid gold, Nick. Gold. Just look at the shine. Only real gold shines like that.
Would you really want such a shiny desk, though?
I don't know, but let's see what it's like to sit at a solid gold desk. Wow, I'm completely dazzled.
That's because it's completely dazzling.
I can see up my nose in the reflection. That's gotta be really distracting.
So the desk isn't practical. No surprise there.
What's this?
It's a punching bag.
What? No way. You wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that.
What do you mean, walking around?
The design's gross to start with, and it's way too heavy to be practical. And why is it called a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? I knew it. I was right before, back at Tribulations. Paris fashion is more my thing.
I really, really hope she's pulling my chain on this one. See, that's another thing to add to the Ace Attorney store that I would love to make. You could sell real punching bag bags. That'd be great. Oh, somebody lost their food. That's sad.
Oh no, someone dropped the ashtray on the floor.
Oh, I thought it was food.
That's gotta be a nightmare to clean up.
Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything.
I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of coal or charcoal.
How did she manage to knock over one of those? Weren't they supposed to be super heavy?
Oh hey, there's a book of matches here too.
Matches, huh? Places don't give those out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second.
What is it?
Look what's printed on this cover. It says Tribulations.
And then Ollie, you're saying that you're gonna head off to lurk? Oh, well, thank you. Much appreciated for the well wishes for the stream, and enjoy your lurking, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day as well. Relax after your stream. Have a good one. It's always nice to find a fellow Ace Attorney fan, so I appreciate you coming by.
These matches could come in handy. We might be able to use them.
Yeah. The pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out.
Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. I did it yesterday. I don't feel like doing it now. Come out from under the desk, Maya.
What are you two snooping around my office for?
Nothing. We were just...
My precious carpet. You's gonna ash on my rug? You's gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door.
It wasn't us. It was already like that.
You's wanna argue with me? Is that what you's doing? You think you's can take me on? I'm gonna flatten yous two into pancakes and turn yous into my new rugs.
Or sorry, that was Maya.
Oh, Don Tigre, you're back.
That voice. It's like evil seeping into your head through your ears.
I'm sorry, Don Tigre. I knocked over that ashtray earlier, and...
Eek! Has she got a death wish or what? All right. Huh? Forget about it, Violetta. It's not... What? I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're so cute, you hear? That's so unfair.
Here, have some cookies. I just baked them.
Hello, Eken. I know, right? What? If this is the first thing you're seeing when you're coming in, enjoy Don Tigre.
And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan.
Also, I hope that you do well, Eken. It's good to see you.
Phoenix Wright.
Yes.
You was either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan.
So it was him. He's my phony.
Yeah, but I don't care. No one gets in my way.
What? I mean, excuse me?
You just should have left that little girl at home, right?
I have a few things.
No questions. This is the last time we meet.
Wait, please.
That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him.
Like you're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream, hold it, either.
The espresso.
Oh,
Thank you, Egan, for the hydrate. Much appreciated, friend. And the stretch. I do need a stretch. Oh, that feels good. Ooh, thank you for doing that, my friend. Much appreciated. And you were saying that just a little sleepy?
I feel that. I'm always kind of sleepy.
So I totally get that. I hope that you have time to rest and relax. So I hope that's what you're doing right now, is just vibing. Oh, and cookies. Now I want cookies. Actually, I went to the grocery store today and I got
So like there was this display where it was like these Entenmann things were on sale. It was like, buy one get one. And so I got some donut holes, and then I also got this like, I think it's like a coffee cake thing, and I'm like really excited about it. I'm like, I kind of want some. So I'm gonna have to wait. I'll be good. I'll wait for dessert. I'll be a good dragon. Oh yeah, Phoenix. What is Phoenix saying? He better not be talking about coffee cake or I'll break.
This woman is definitely not good for my heart. No, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta? So, I'm kind of curious about your company, Tender Lender.
With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. A conscientious rate of interest and an attractive repayment policy.
Why do I get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well?
We will tenderly lend you a little bit extra here at Tender Lender. Hey Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan?
Would I like to take out a loan from a place like this? Not so much.
Tender Lender is on your side.
So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then?
We'd give you more coffee. Strong coffee.
Right. I think I'd rather skip town.
Hey, just remember, I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well.
So, do you know about the incident we're investigating?
What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here. That incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager.
The manager being the tiger.
Furio Tigre. Furio...
Tigre? So that's where the tiger thing comes from.
Ixaliap's got a real name, Nick. Hurry up and get along. Ah! Hello, Rainy. Hello, Rain. How did your puzzle go? Who was the winner? Also, how are you? And thank you so much for the raid.
It's a rainy raid! And Farrell, I have to ask, how many more Niaz did you have Rainy do?
It went great. Well, I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome.
And hang on, I gotta take a sip of my drink. I'm doing great. Everyone was super nice. Yes, it seemed like it was going really well. Every time that I kept coming back in, everybody was great. And you were great as always, so I am glad that you enjoyed yourself. That's the most important thing. I think we told it like 45 minutes on stream of Niaz. Oh, nice. Oh, and welcome. Welcome to the treasure hoard, Farrell. You're a treasured person, and not because you followed, because you just are. So thank you. But yeah, Rainy, in at least 45 minutes of Niaz, it was awesome. Beautiful, beautiful. I may not have Niaz, but you know what? I like that. That was a great thing that you did. I'm so glad that you had fun with it. And like you said, it was like second nature to you because you used to say that all the time anyway. So that works out great. But yeah. I could always check out the VOD to see who won, but I hope that whoever did, that they enjoy your lovely, lovely art because your art is beautiful and amazing, and that's the only reaction anyone can ever have. Your true nature is nya. Chikorita and Chespin got a tie. Oh, that's awesome! Yay! Yay for a tie! Well, congrats to those guys, whoever was the ones who betted on them. Awesome! And in case anyone is in here that wasn't in Rainy's stream, he's doing this really fun anniversary thing with Pokemon and puzzles. And basically, it's an art raffle. You should check out his Twitter for more information. But it's really cool, and I love it. Chespin had the lowest likeliness to win, so it was a wonderful surprise. Oh, look at that! That's even better. It's even better. Aw, Rainy, you're so nice too. That's why. As I always say to people when I'm at work, it's always easy to be nice to nice people. So, and this isn't even work. This is with friends. This is with cool people. It's the same mentality. It's so easy to be nice to just incredibly nice people, and you make it extremely nice because you're extremely nice. And I'm talking in circles, but you know what I mean. And I'm like, oh gosh.
But yeah, I love all of you guys so much, so it's really good to have you in here. And I hope that you can get some rest, Rain, because I know you were saying that you didn't sleep well last night. So absolutely, get some rest as soon as you can. But to recap, for anybody who is curious where we're at in Ace Attorney, we're in the midst of this case here where a man named Glenn Elg was poisoned in a coffee shop. Well, not just a coffee shop. He was poisoned in a French restaurant, essentially. But either way, we are in the midst of finding out who might have been involved in all that. And Phoenix has a doppelganger who was the one that got Maggie Bird, the victim in this case, or the defendant, I should say, in this case, a guilty verdict because he posed as Phoenix. And we're currently at that guy's place right now. So yeah. And then, Rainy, I will need to rest and stuff, so I'll be lurking, but I wish you luck in your trials. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I'm glad to hear that you said that you'll be getting some rest now. So yes, rest up, Rainy, and enjoy the rest of your day. And if you lurk, enjoy the lurking as well. All right, so let's get back to it. Okay, my brain just died on how to say that name again. Yixing yup, got a real name. Nick, hurry and find out more about him. Can I present? Yeah, here we go, Furio Tigre. See? That's Phoenix's doppelganger. He's 42, the head of the Tenderlunder Loan Company, also known as the Tiger. Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre.
Cookie? Sure. How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Go ahead, Nick. The honor is all yours.
No, ladies first, Maya. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and this scary girl doing working together?
We are lovers.
That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice.
And I owe Don Tigre my life. He's the one who saved me.
The tiger saved you?
Please address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise, I'll have to.
Okay. Don Tigre. Of course. I'm sorry. He saved her life? I'd sure like to know how that happened. Is it up here? Yeah, let's do it.
I'm very frail, you see. Just recently, I died once.
You
Died? About 4 months ago. The doctor said to abandon all hope.
I guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the River Styx.
But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso.
Just that.
Anything else? No.
I still wonder about what's in her coffee. So, is that why you got that bandage around your head?
This?
So what's the story with the bandage?
They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury. Fatal injury?
Maya just suffered one herself by the sound of it.
So that's the injury.
Oh, so that's the injury you were talking about before you said you had died once. Oh, there's some lies happening here.
She really creeps me out, Nick.
Same here, but we've got to find out the truth. Okay, we probably don't have it, but it can't hurt to try and see what it could be. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head.
Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently.
Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow. Did the injury in question have something to do with this? Whoop, nope. Nope, okay. I don't think we've got it. Hang on. I could have read that, but... Hang on. No, I want to go. Let me out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't have it. I thought maybe, but... okay. So... Hey, I'm an attorney, did you know that? About this.
More coffee? You must have more.
No, thanks, I've had enough, really. I'm so thirsty.
I don't leave the office. I can't tell you about anything except Don Tigre.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna be very helpful. If I remember correctly. I think we gotta go elsewhere. Oh, is the old man back?
There he is! Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again.
Old Seedy.
Here, take this and this. Get out of my park.
Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we still can.
What? Why? Hello, old man!
What are you doing, Maya?
Hey, he just turned his back on us.
I'm not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in court this morning.
Hey, Mr. Kudo.
Pigeon.
Look, we really need to talk to you, all right?
Out with you demons, in with good fortune.
Ow! Ow! Seed shell splinters! Painful.
I always knew you were a demon, Maya. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today.
Everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. A dirty old man who was so busy looking at the servant girl's backside that he can't remember her face. A filthy, deprived animal.
Not at all.
Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. She put some white powder into the young lad's Javachino.
We hear you.
And another thing, the young layabouts was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles.
We're really sorry.
So I made a little mistake about the face. So what? You know what I saw, I tell you.
Okay, take it easy, please.
Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this.
You said you were a craftsman, right?
Your modern world casts all these craftsmen like me aside in droves.
Surely it's not that.
I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the line of the Shoguns. Do you hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer. I was born one.
Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself.
I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose and scream right down his ear hole, objection!
So, did you want to become a lawyer when you were young?
I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood, that's all.
I've got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst out.
If we let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What should I do? Let's cut it. Actually, we've got places to go, things to check out, stuff, maybe another time.
Fine, whatever. Just don't forget, I've got a tsunami's worth of grumbling to do.
Yes. This girl right here is really looking forward to hear it. Or, this girl is looking really forward to hearing it is all. Honest.
What? I never said that.
Come to the place where I work then. Here, bring this along with you.
And what is this? It's covered in seeds. Discount coupon for a burger?
You really want someone to grumble at, huh? Although, it is a burger joint.
It's not done. I think we do need to let him talk. Okay. Get back to it. Okay. Guess I better let him talk. So there's not much call for craftsmen these days, then?
Yeah, of course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands.
Errands?
Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of two-bit community handyman?
Well,
Buy some bread, now that I can understand. But what's the point of feeding some skinny pigeons? Why don't people say that they mean get lost? That's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, you just get in the way, don't I?
I'm sure you don't. That's sad. Wait a minute. What did he just say? At home and at that restaurant? Hold up. My restaurant. Are you talking about Tribulations? Did you get asked to run an errand there too?
Yes, I did. That very day that young brat was poisoned.
What? So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do?
Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over at the table. The serving girl collapsed. And I broke that vase. It all happened so fast. I was in a bit of a daze, you see. The owner shouted over to me. Excusez-moi, you! Call the police! Call them yourself! I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time.
So did you end up calling the police?
Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze.
Did you call them on your cell phone?
Do I look like a hell with those newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course.
You went looking for one?
I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes?
So for 5 minutes after the incident happened.
Yes, sirree. The owner was at Tribia on his own.
Why didn't you mention this in court this morning?
Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance. But y'all bullied me out of the courtroom. Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for today. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes, I remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame.
You could have at least told us before we got to court.
Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police?
What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious, which leaves that man, alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose.
What do you mean?
Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant.
Oh, sure, you go ahead and stay with it in the way as usual. You suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead,
We need to get more details about exactly what happened. From Maggie, and from Mr. Armstrong. Let's see. So I think that means we do need to talk to Maggie now.
Oh, Mr. Wright!
Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you.
Was it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened.
Wow, they let you have a computer in there?
Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there.
Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one.
Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either.
Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway. Is it possible she's the one misremembering things? Oop.
Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember?
Yep, there are just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? That waitress's hair looks really familiar. And I'm not talking about Maggie's hair. Just saying, looks a little familiar. So you really think it was this
disappearing man that did it?
Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it.
Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right?
It was MC Bomber, Maya. That name was scrawled on the sports paper as well.
I never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir.
Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing too.
Ouch, my head. This is getting way too complicated for me.
You said that you passed out when the victim, Glenn L., collapsed, right?
Yes, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. Before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir.
So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribulations.
No idea at all. Why? Is it that important, Mr. Wright?
The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture.
Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old Seedy wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to call the police.
Exactly. And you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time.
No, you don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you?
When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all.
Ugh, it's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright?
Well, the old man said as much when he spoke with him earlier.
I don't know. The things that man says just don't add up for some reason.
Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out.
Also, I love the use of that emote, the pushing up the glasses, the ergo one. Yup. That was in response to when I talked about that girl's haircut, right? Because I agree. Also, pushes up Ergo's glasses.
Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old Seedy.
I kind of wish they wouldn't call him that. They're not wrong, but I wish they would stop calling him that.
I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man.
Got to have Ergo sitting next to you for all of your big brain moments. Oh yes, very true. You do. I 100% agree with that. I usually end up asking him for help when I'm stumped on things. I'm like, Ergo, come help me. I am confused.
He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better.
Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony.
Roger. I'll spill it all and see what you make of it.
Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you?
Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant.
Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo.
But I can't really say it was an old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman.
A woman?
Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. And she had a kind of cackling laugh.
Creepy?
Cackling?
Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently?
Oops. That badge, of course it's real. Whoops, I did not mean to press that. She did it. I meant to do that.
I know I used to be on the police force, sir, but I'm incarcerated now. Can't use my connections to help you. Darn it.
I thought we could just show her a profile of it, but I guess not. Oh, well, hang on. I know we've got to give her the box lunch, but hang on for a sec. Let's see if she knows this.
Ah, is that your attorney's badge?
Actually, it's a fake.
Holy smokes, that's it! Huh? That's the badge your phony had, Mr. Wright!
You've got duped by this?
But it's a completely different color.
And what about the fact that it's made of paper?
He said that badge got a tan as well while he was in Hawaii on business.
I'm beginning to see how my phony was able to gain her trust.
Oh, nope. Okay, she doesn't know about that one. Oh, nope. Okay, she doesn't know about that one either. Anything about this? Nope. Okay. What happened to your apron, Maggie?
Oh yeah, that's from when I was carrying a customer's breakfast over to them.
The ketchup splotch, you mean?
My whole face was fire engine red thanks to that stuff.
But you spilled the ketchup on your apron, didn't you? I don't see how.
The ketchup-covered omelet went flying and hit the customer in the face.
Oh, talk about a tomato red face. Makes me wish I could have seen it myself.
Yeah, I guess. It was kind of a sight to behold. That's the cup I took over to the table, sir. But I didn't put anything in it. I could never do something like that.
That's right, you could never do anything like that.
I'm not good at carrying those large trays, you know? Trying to balance a tray with one hand to put something in the coffee with the other? That'd just be asking for trouble. I'd drop something for sure. That's right.
Is she expecting me to claim that she's too clumsy to have committed the crime?
Oh, I could commit a murder, no problem, but balancing a tray, forget it. Oh, okay, she doesn't know about that. Here, I think it's time we show her this.
Oh yeah, I've got something you're going to love.
Really? What is it?
A lunchbox just for you. Here.
Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright?
Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you?
Detective Gumshoe?
He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this too.
I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir.
Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that.
The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them.
Somehow, when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier.
And anyway, I hate weenies.
Oh, really?
It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright.
But,
She's right. It's better than letting it go to waste.
but, I guess so.
Aw, poor Gumshoe.
Well, how was it?
That
Hit the spot. I love weenies.
That's another one that's probably screenshotted a lot.
Oh, good.
I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. Is there anything else we need to ask her about? No. Again, we can always go through all of the evidence and see if she recognizes anything. Nope. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, probably not. Okay. Maybe some profiles. She didn't know. Is she gonna recognize him? Holy smokes, that's him! Huh? That's your phony, Mr. Wright! Just look at that ridiculous suntan!
For the record, I'm not sunburned like an over-dried tomato, so I don't know how.
He told me he'd been on a business trip to Hawaii, and that's where he got the tan.
I'm not hearing this.
Mr. Armstrong was very good to me after I was fired from the force. I can't believe someone as nice as him could have done anything, or could have anything to do with this.
Well, in the time between the victim being poisoned and the police being called, the only person who was on the scene and had a chance to do anything was Mr. Armstrong. There was no one else there.
Mr. Armstrong wouldn't. He wouldn't set me up, would he? Hang on. I don't know if we've got more to show her. We need to go. Let me see if the Criminal Affairs Department is ready for us yet. It might be.
The main server just went up in smoke! Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already! Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet too! I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief! But I'm watching videos online! I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas! It's gonna have to wait, Chief! I'm throwing the switch! No! Just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot to trot girlfriend!
Wow.
Wow, this place is really buzzing.
Something must be going down. Something really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal?
Detective Gumshoe!
You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We've got big problems here today.
Why? What's going on?
It's a virus! A virus!
I don't know why I tried to sound like a pirate just there.
There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. But I really need to ask you some questions. Okay, I'm gonna say this once, so listen up.
Yes.
No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear?
Okay.
If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there.
We're not thinking about borrowing money, detective. We want information.
Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lenders consider to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed calling in all their debts.
Really?
Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady.
All right, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady.
Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick?
We better find out the story is with this lady.
So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, I don't know.
What?
Look, I just go with the flow, all right, pal?
And here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable.
What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is?
Well, Nick, do you?
A computer virus, sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course.
Really? Wow. You know everything, Professor Nick.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on.
And you can, a virus someone probably downloaded Yu Yu Hakusho from a shady torrent site. Yes! Excellent job plugging my favorite anime. Good job, sir. That's right, kids. Watch it on YouTube. There are some episodes on there. Or own it. They did just release a Blu-ray, they just released a new thing of it, and it's beautiful, and I own it, and the box is gorgeous. Anyway, a noble goal, but a bit silly. Exactly. Don't go on those sites, kids. Watch your anime from reputable sites. Nothing shady. Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage.
Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode?
No, the damage is, well, it's all internal.
So the inside goes boom, right?
Imagine all the case data you've got stored up on your PC here in the station. A virus could wipe out all that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about.
Whoa, that's scary.
Yeah, and that's even more scary is that the viruses are infectious.
Infectious?
Most computers are connected together on a network, right? The virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster.
Whew, just like a real virus, huh?
But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that?
Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal?
No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's.
What? That's horrible.
Oh, I get it. It's like you're sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold.
Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong.
Who? What? Where? What? And why did the conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage.
And all their different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before.
The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before, too. I think we can show Gumshoe this again. And he'll actually know what it is. Detective Gumshoe, about this.
What? I'm trying to... Ah! This is it! That's the stupid name! I remember it now!
I thought so. Here it comes.
Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on?
It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry.
The name scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber.
What?
Yeah, the virus that's just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber.
Can you give us more details, please?
We already knew about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to head honchos of law enforcement. They were threatening to release the virus if the demands weren't met.
Who are they?
I don't know. Some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess.
And now the virus has been released, huh?
Yeah, it's in every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're all hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival.
All this stuff with criminals and viruses, it almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie.
Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. The focus right now is on tracing the root of this virus on the black market.
You mean someone put this virus up for sale?
Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal.
In the millions? A virus can be worth that much? We still gotta talk about that lady, don't we?
That's the girl who works over at Tandalender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it.
She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she?
That should be the least of your worries, pal.
What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse?
Her name's Viola Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini.
Bruto Cadaverini? Do you even know who that is?
Bruto Cadaverini? Do you know who that is, Nick?
Never heard of him. He's got quite an interesting last name.
Bruto Cadaverini's the boss of the Cadaverini family.
The Cadaverinis?
The Cadaverinis!
That's one scary sounding name.
We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you?
No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. I better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis?
Who are they? Scary bunch of people, that's who.
You're a cop and you're scared? What's about that? Or what is that about?
Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop, these guys are scary. They've got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They've got too much moolah.
Moolah? As in,
they pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market.
The black market, huh? And that includes Tender Lender, I take it.
Sure. No one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini, and I mean no one.
Interesting.
So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss then.
Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him.
So, how did she end up at Tender Lender?
I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss at Tender Lender are pretty tight.
Tight?
That's what it said in a file I read related to Maggie's case.
Sounds like a pretty important clue.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing.
And that is,
you know, the lunchbox. How did everything go?
Lunchbox?
You remember, weenies? I hate weenies.
Oh, yeah, those weenies.
So, how did it? So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch?
God.
Well, it was delicious.
Yeah, that's what she said, really?
Well, not exactly.
Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared.
Prepared? What do you mean?
I'm in a jumbo lunchbox.
Oh.
Do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this?
This sure is a heavy burden, in more ways than one.
I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring it at.
Weenies again, Nick? Tell me we don't have to eat all those too. I really can't eat anymore. Do we have to show him anything?
I don't think we do. Although, wait, I do wonder, did we ever... Because we gave Gumshoe a bottle. Anything about this? No. Okay, you never found the contents of the bag, okay? Alright. Just checking. Alright. Should go back to Tribulations, maybe? The kitchen? Oh, we need to go to Blue Screens Inc. I knew we needed to go somewhere new. But apparently we've got some business in here.
Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again.
But the place is open for business. You can't have an open restaurant without a chef.
Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me.
Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone.
Ugh, missing when we need to talk to him the most.
Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose.
Anything new here? This is all the same. No clues here. I don't know why. It's like moving on its own a little bit. It's drifting. Now this is one large mirror. I know we heard this yesterday. Is there anything new? Collection of poems. Is it the same poem? Oh, this is a new one.
The two of them, like actors from a film, say coffee still undrunk, sweet nothings over too soon. On that sad Sunday morning, say foolish cocktail so delicious. Take the last sip of your tea, and I know what I will do. I must lie to you. I must.
Actually, I think that was the same poem.
Huh? That's it?
That's a poem for you. That's the same. All of this is the same stuff. I really don't think we need to do anything in here. Let's go to Blue Screens. Blue Screens Inc. sounds like a movie place too.
Wow, this place is so high tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air.
It is a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? I love her outfit.
Oh, hello.
I'm sorry, access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked.
Wow, what secrets?
Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building.
Understood.
Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show. My name is Lisa Basil. I'm the company director. Director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost in a shell. Whoa! References! And that thing over her eye. Isn't that the same device as Glenn Elg's? Also, I like how both of their names are... Oh, what's that thing called? We said it yesterday. The thing where it's like backwards. Whatever that thing is called. Hers is like that too. Right, no? Wait. I think so. I'll have to see it again.
That's a DMH, right?
Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. All of my programmers at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs.
Then do you write programs too?
No, I just enjoy wearing this. I'm actually a Super Saiyan. This joke never gets old for Grezy.
They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
So, what exactly is this firm's business? I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them.
Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management.
It doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much, right? The software we produce is distributed on CDs.
CDs?
Yes, compact discs, digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It is a small firm. Oh, it is a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now?
I'm researching the impact of time slicing on logical access to shared global variables. Obviously, program structure heavily influences response time and performance, and the co-independence of variables and memory overheads is vitally important to the success of the execution.
Well, you get the idea. This is sort of the thing we are involved in. Did you good people follow all of that?
Yeah.
Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. You know about what happened, right, Ms. Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. I say with a smile.
Can you tell us anything that might be useful?
I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier too, but I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screen Incorporated.
Oh.
How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's this one right in front of you. If there's anything you might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. Because he is dead, and I do not care.
Wow, that was rough. I guess there might be a clue here somewhere. Oops. Nope. Oh man, looks like he was a fan of horses, huh?
Wow, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess.
Looks pretty average to me.
But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this.
You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know? She's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then.
Hey, this calendar.
What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it.
Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen.
December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Elk was murdered. Is there anything else?
Yeah. It says, meet with the tiger.
The tiger?
Wow, look at this mess.
Looks like they're all betting tickets.
What kind of betting tickets?
For betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets.
Oh wow, his drawers are stuffed full of these.
Looks like they're all losing tickets though.
This many tickets would get you, what, $1 down at the recycling center? But I didn't know you were so hard up that you were trying to profit from the dead, Nick.
And hello, Moon. To you too, my friend. How are you doing? I hope that your day is going well. And that you enjoyed your Final Fantasy stream yesterday. Oh, that's right. Pop from the dead. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. Sure you are, Nick. Sure you are. Anything else? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling.
No, they just look a bit twisted or warped or whatever the word I'm looking for.
This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind.
Futuristic?
Yes, we tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. It helps to soothe and calm the soul.
Huh. On second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling. Hey look, Nick, it's a supercomputer. It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it?
Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya.
That explains why we don't use the computer in our office.
You work there too, Maya.
Yeah, but at least I'm...
Please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you.
She said she'd laugh at us, Nick.
She's a human, Maya, not a computer. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he?
Wow, I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes from. I guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Maybe I could become old CD's apprentice.
And what about your spirit medium training? Anything else? Did you find everything? Oh, wait. I think we got it all. Nice. Let's try asking. Whoa. I don't know what happened with there, but oh well. I probably pressed something wrong. About Mr. Elk. He was a top programmer. I would have even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality.
Oh, like what?
He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble.
What's the matter?
He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he was really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. We've got to find out what this trouble was actually. About Mr. Elk. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry. Why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Oh, don't lie to us, Miss Computer Lady. We can see right through you.
I guess Mr. Elk is like every other man with his own pile of secrets.
Okay, I'm sure we don't have it. Well, we might. We did look at his desk, so let's see. Oh my god. We went the long way around. Alright, let's see if we got it.
So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in?
I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you would like to speak to someone in customer service.
What was she talking about? I guess I'd better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elg's troubles have something to do with this?
What is that?
A bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones.
With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral.
Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell?
But what is the relevance of these tickets?
The victim, Mr. Glenn Elg, he had a gambling habit, didn't he?
I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time.
Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets.
Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own.
You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it?
The lottery!
Does it matter?
Could either be that one or that one, I guess, but yeah.
The lottery, horse racing. He bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's got to have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be in the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps.
No! You are right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example. Do you understand?
Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy anyway.
But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000.
Yeah, but...
It's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it?
It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000, in the end. But that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that.
Deep trouble? What do you mean?
Mr. Elg's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. Mr. Elg met with someone on the day he was killed. He even made a note on his calendar about the meeting. Meet with the tiger.
What is the relevance of that? Are you trying to suggest Glenn was meeting him to discuss his debt?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But I have never heard anything about this tiger before. Maybe he's not even human. Maybe he really is a tiger.
I'm no programmer, but does she really expect me to buy such a messed up logic? In that case, I think it's time to introduce you to the tiger.
And he just shows up and he's like, "Wah!" And she's like, "Ah!"
Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elg met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt.
No! It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think.
$100,000? Ouch!
But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear.
Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then?
Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his money, or his talents, to repay the money.
His talents?
I suspect he was talking about programming.
What computer program is worth $100,000?
Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work.
I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question. Was it by any chance this? This tray of weenies! Well, this is it, isn't it?
This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. No! She like boots down. Then she boots back up again. Restarts. Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep.
You mean he was in debt?
Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay.
So,
He said he was taking on some extra work, something a bit risky.
risky? How?
Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations.
Where do you come up with these ideas? So it's safe to say Mr. Eld was the creator of this virus, huh?
The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It was a work of genius, in a bad sort of way, of course, but still. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market.
Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change.
This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his bills.
I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore.
Use the trash can, Nick.
Okay. Well. I don't think she's gonna know much else. So we'll leave for now. Let's go to Tender Lender. Head bandage. What if we talk about her dad?
This man is your grandfather, right?
Carrying a picture like that around with you, you should watch your back.
Thanks for the advice.
The family is always watching me. From the shadows.
The family?
I thought I saw something suspicious under the corner of that rug. One wrong move and you might disappear forever.
This feels like Halloween, only a whole lot more real and a whole scarier too.
Hang on. Did we show her Glenn, or not Glenn, did we show her... Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre, I think we did. Yeah, because she got Cookie. She's like, he saved me. The ladies first with Maya. Okay. Do we have the info we need? I'm gonna try... Because we found out about her family. I feel like we're missing some stuff. I think we're missing something maybe from Tigre. Because I think we need to talk to him again or find something else about him. So let's just see though.
It's from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head.
Yes, the operation was very difficult.
By fatal injury, you mean you were hurt badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with this?
Oh, yeah, I think we're missing something because I think there's an article. Like, I think there was an accident report. Because I did show the... Dang it. Okay, hang on. I don't know why I thought I had it. Okay. I was hopeful.
Foolishly hopeful!
I don't think he's got anything for us. Hang on. I'm gonna double check the walkthrough and find out who I need to talk to. So I wonder if there's just something I've missed. Okay. 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 Okay, yeah, I did talk to Gumshoe. Okay, we did talk to her. Okay. Oh, I think I might have missed something in the room. Because it did say to go talk to her. So I was right. I was right that we do need to go talk to her. But I think I missed something. What's this?
Let's see, this round doll thing is called a durama, I think. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you're wondering.
You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change?
I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always write himself. Go on, Nick, give him a good shove.
Only if I feel like dying.
Now this yellow thing, that is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. Not that I'm an expert or anything, I'm more of a reversey person, you know.
I do not know what that is. Assuming she knows what she's talking about, those aren't actually your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they?
Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from under here.
What is it?
A repair bill?
Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light. That's insane.
The car is registered to the Cadaverinis?
Huh? So it's not even the Tiger's car? Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Alright, I think we got it. I think that's all we were missing, folks. Let's try it again. One more time. Take that! Alright. Alright. I'm gonna save us the trouble. I'm gonna get there. And shabam! I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident.
Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis?
Yes, it is.
I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have anything to do with me?
Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. All right then. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cavardini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you?
It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but I took a blow to the head. A bad one.
Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with the injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right?
I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard.
Ran away?
If they'd stayed, I'd have.
Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been... It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident.
It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided, the motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he?
It was the Tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the Tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. Long, there we go. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre.
The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they?
It's possible, perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true.
I knew it.
But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive.
How much are we talking?
Very, very, very expensive.
She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right?
After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him.
Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but because of someone else. Is it, again... Or is it because again him? Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Burrito Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you're his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money?
$1 million.
That's a lot of money. I mean, but hey, healthcare. It tracks.
4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure.
Oh, really?
Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big.
They said the operation cost $1 million.
$1 million bucks?
My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation.
Compensation, huh?
It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million bucks? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow.
I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said he had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
What he did to get the money it was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him.
You helped him? In what way?
Here, take these.
What are these? Medical papers?
I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer. He simply couldn't refuse.
Wow, I feel so bad for Viola.
It's inexcusable.
Huh?
There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics.
Is everything all right, Nick?
We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso.
Yeah.
I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this.
All right. Are we missing something? Hang on. Let's see. I wondered. I was gonna say. I was like, we have not talked to our friend the chef.
Wait, Bonton, I have been waiting for you to return.
Mr. Armstrong?
Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Is it Godot? It's either Godot or the tiger.
Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you. Oh, yous! Okay, he's got nothing to say to yous, fellas.
Ah, it's Xenium!
Who you calling Xenoob?
Ah!
Come out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What? You just want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers. Now.
Uh-oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you.
Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You just want to know what she said? I'll tell you what's sad. And it ain't her only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruno's little girl. Now that's sad.
I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get those $1 million you paid this off.
Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. And you got that too.
Oui, Mr. Armstrong.
Forgive me, Désolé. I cannot argue with him.
That really hurts. Man, Phoenix addressing all of the bad people with the evidence he needs, this happens often. It could be in a bingo game or like a drinking game for Phoenix Wright.
Is that all you've got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait! Don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright. That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal! Detective Gumshoe!
Yay!
Detective! You think you're gonna stop me, Kappa? Beat it! Hey, come on, Gumshoe. Keep it together. You guys get out of here. Leave this guy on me. But go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh?
All right, thanks, Gumshoe. Gumshoe's the best boy, forever and ever. No one can say otherwise.
Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind.
I'll get even with that guy tomorrow in court. Tenderlunder is going down. Earl! All right. I'm gonna play for a little longer. Again, I really want to finish this case so that we can get to where I want to be for the marathon stream. But I'm gonna confirm with Ergo that that's okay, that he doesn't need the computer soon since we share it. So I'm gonna take a wee little break to, well, I have enough drink, but just in case. So I'll be right back. But we will do at least some of the trial, if not all of it, when I return. All right, I'm back. Ergo said that he did not need the computer right away, so we're good. Let's finish this case, everybody. Don Tigra is going down. Well, I already saved, but I'll do it again. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning, Maggie.
So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended up on a giant mystery.
That's true. We still haven't solved a single part of it yet.
Are you okay, Nick?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes.
No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination.
Why don't I believe you?
It's nearly time, Maggie. You'd better get going to the defendant's seat.
Roger. Don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. The pressure's on.
Hey, pal!
Hey, Detective Gumshoe. You're not dead.
Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that.
How did you know she was stressed?
I was watching through the doorway. Oh, you look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help.
Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too?
Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. Huh. Come to think of it, that does look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is a small bottle that turned up in Trapian's kitchen a couple of days ago.
Wow, look at all these little bottles.
Oh, they're all aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor.
Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others.
Well, what do you know? It doesn't have a label either.
And it doesn't smell.
We finally got the analysis results back from the lab.
So, what is it?
Is it the poison?
I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication.
Medication?
Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean? Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Helg was using for his ruptured eardrum. What was Glenn Helg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but... that's going to weaken as an impact piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure his defense is impregnable today, got it? Today's trial. I'm going to expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright.
Got another name you could go by. Ixen Yop.
Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed a defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear.
Oh, hello, Venari. Welcome. How are you doing, by the way? You've come at a great time. We're just starting this part of the trial, and this should be the one where we get him, where we get the bad guy.
Yet, the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear.
It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick?
Oh, and you just got back from work? Well, welcome back. And I hope that you can now relax yourself and get something nice to eat and just vibe for the rest of the day. Hopefully, no stress. But I hope that work went well all in all. And happy to have you here. And Godot is happy to have that coffee.
Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it.
You've lost me already, Mr. Cadeau. Don't let the mysteries of yesterdays mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. And you are... Oh, bonjour, everyone! I am John Armstrong, the owner and the head chef of Le Tribulations restaurant. Enchanté! Forgive me for asking witness, but are you a woman? Oh la la, monsieur! As you can see, I am a pet and perky gentleman, no? On the day of the incident, you were in Tribulations' kitchen. Isn't that right? With you, monsieur. Everything feels right.
Huh. Wow. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy?
Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribulations.
We volunteers. When it all happened, there were 2 customers in the restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. La cup, la earpiece, and la glasses. It would have seen everything in reverse, no?
A mirror?
Un gran mirror. La most enormous mirror.
And suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it.
That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front.
What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
And who were the 2 customers exactly?
Miles, of course, the young man who died. Excuse me.
Ooh, all right.
And the other, not so young man.
You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume.
What about the other man Maggie said she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence.
We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we?
I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. You were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today?
You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur.
Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before?
But I did
Just a few moments ago.
Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of deco couture?
No, Art Deco. It's a style of design, Your Honor. He was talking about interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing.
Ah, yes, of course, that deco.
I was trying to achieve a more feminine look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of that decor.
How big of a mirror are we talking about here?
Something about 4 meters wide and about 2 meters high.
Let's see, if 1 meter is 1 yard, holy glass in a frame, that's huge.
I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually.
The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember.
No, but I decided not to go through with it in the end.
What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror? Yes, let's do so. Because how convenient is this mirror here?
If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But...
Objection!
You didn't ask, Trite. You have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work.
What? Hey, you didn't ask either, Godot.
A mirror was delivered to Tribulations the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Tribulations, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Huh. If you want to doubt someone, Trite, look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally. How does normality come into this? That's lame, Trite, even for you. Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer? Oh, where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well, Trite? Not the hair!
I do not have a top knot.
Mr. Godot is correct. The lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. Be it logic as one lady. Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse?
Hey, Nick, you should take a second think about what old CD said in his testimony.
How did he phrase it again?
The boy was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can look me if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand.
If he saw everything he described reflected in a mirror, and everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh?
And that clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess. Or does it? Huh. It's kinda hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but...
Do you think old CD saw everything through a reflection?
if he did, it would explain all the contradictions in his testimony.
But that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We've gotta dig deeper.
Okay. I feel like the floor plan is being used in this, and I notoriously have a hard time with these floor plans in this game. Well, first of all, let's look at this. There's no mirror there. I think I remember using that before, going, there's literally no mirror there! It's not! Cause like, I mean, where is this mirror supposed to be? Like, it was, like, literally in the aisle or something? Is that what it was? The mystery of the ghost mirror. Instead of the back's ghost, it's the back's mirror. I mean, the mirror ghost. Whoops, I fudged that one. There were 2 customers. I remember experimenting with some art deco, having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Perhaps that's what the old man was looking at. Hang on. His left eye. Wait. But he was wearing the scouter on his left eye. Wait, no, okay, wait, no. I should not consider rights and lefts because I have a hard time with those, apparently, when I'm stressed. If there was a big mirror in the middle of the restaurant, I feel like that would have been brought up before. Right, 100% that would have been brought up before. 1,000%. I'm probably gonna have to take the walkthrough out on this because I am terrible with like the whole right and left stuff. It gets jumbled up into my brain in such a weird mush. But hang on. So let me try here. So, okay. Glenn, because they made a point to mention like, oh, everything he saw would have been reversed. So I wonder if it's either Glenn or the coffee cup maybe that we could be thinking about here for this. And it says that he wore it on his left eye. And if he said that he had it on his left eye, but that means he would have saw it on his right if he was looking at a mirror, right? Is that maybe what we're going to have to bring up here? Because that would be a contradiction. Because he said it was on the same side, right? Right. Also, if the mirror was dividing the two customers, they'd only see their own reflections, not the other person reversed. But yeah, I agree, Venari. It is weird. Like, just not a mirror, but like glass. Maybe is that what they really were thinking of when they said mirror? They meant glass. I don't know. But still, yeah, very weird choice of design there. But like, right? Because that's what he said, right? He wore it on his left. Okay, I'm gonna take a shot in the dark here. If I feel stupid later, then so be it, but... Oh, wait.
Did I get it right?
The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? Oh, yay! They wouldn't do this much work for somebody who was wrong. Woo, woo. Grezy didn't need to walk through to look for a left and right scenario. Yay! It's a stupid little win, but I'll take it.
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt.
So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all of that as a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactamente. You see, monsieur. Now that you think about it, it's not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head?
Order! Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been on his right eye.
How bitter. Trite, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks.
How he thinks?
You remember this, I presume? I broke the vase. Sorry. Apology Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony. Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit. Other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And that's what the most striking thing about Mr. Elg.
Clearly it's the victim's eyepiece.
And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Huh. Well, Trite. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever.
Wow, I really thought he was old CD for a minute there, but it was good.
Enough! I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Dick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash.
A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? And that argument is just an assumption from Godot, though. True! Where's your evidence, Godot? Why do I have to prove everything? So rude! Good point, Venari. Good point. So what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears.
Oui, I can explain. Please, if you will look at les plans of le restaurant. floors. Is everyone sitting comfortably? La Mira is in the middle of the restaurant.
Yeah, it's so weird.
There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. That was the seat at the table next to la victims. That was where the old man was sitting.
Ah, I guess that would make sense then. That there. Still a weird design choice.
After that terrible incident occurred, I moved la Mira so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else.
I see no problem with the explanations we have just heard. From this table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror.
What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this.
Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again.
Ugh, I hate that guy.
You said you didn't touch anything else from a part of the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Oh, and yes, of course.
Very well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
Invenari, wouldn't moving the mirror, though, be considered tampering with the crime scene? Agreed! But here in Ace Attorney Land, they're okay with some perjury and some, tampering of evidence. It just kind of happens in here. It's the way they work. What's a little tampering and perjury, right? Okay, let's do some personing.
So, run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? We? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way.
Japan America be a wild place. Yes, Venari, 100% I agree.
Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. But, this is my seat in the courtroom. Tribulations' charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Trite.
Oh god, not again. Hang on. The audio's being weird. Okay, what did Ergo do? Hang on. I'm gonna try to replicate what Ergo did. What did Ergo do? Whoops, not that. Is this it? Hang on.
Scuff stream, scuff stream.
Why?
Why?
That didn't do it. Okay, what about this? That did not do it. Okay, hang on. Ergo, it happened again! I'm calling in my tech support. Because I'm clickety-clicketing. Hang on. Na. I tried that. Yeah, I did. But you have the magic fingers, so I believe in you. Yay! It worked! I guess if it happens again, I just have to do that continuously. Thanks, honey. Yay! Tech support Ergo did it again. Ergo. Alright. Now it's not so scuff anymore. We got this. Armstrong, what were you saying again?
I tell you, monsieur, la Mira was there in the middle of the restaurant.
And where would that be?
Oh la la, look how you lean towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer.
Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once.
I tried the older ones too, you know, and some. Shall I tease you too? I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time.
I bet she has a mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume.
Mia, I will tell you. There was only one seat from which you could have seen.
So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat?
Mais, monsieur, it's obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. The victim would not reflected in the mirror like so. If you were sitting at the table next to it, you would see everything, no?
So that's the old seat. So that's the seat old Seedy was sitting at on that day when the poisoning happened.
The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim? Why does that seem kind of odd? Did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police?
Oui, exactement. I carried it out of the restaurant, then.
You moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself.
What can I say? I know how to pick things up, Ansel.
Kudo actually laughed at something.
Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong?
I look like the obliging type, no?
Are you sure about that?
I touched nothing except la mirror.
Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene?
Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly. Suffering from a case of heartburn, right?
Oh, I am just listening for that, and here with golden myrrh and frankincense.
Add a few drops to your coffee, and voila, enjoy. Focus, Phoenix, breathe. I need to ignore these two and just find some evidence.
It is pretty strange, though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. You'd think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did old Seedy.
Then the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Tribulations that day. Now I've just got to prove it, somehow. If this has to include the floor plans, I know I'm going to have trouble, because as I've already said, I am terrible with the floor plans in this game for some reason. It just makes my brain go, pfft. So, let's take a look at what we got. Because I know here are the floor plans. Photo of this. So they're insinuating that the old man was sitting here. Oh, wait. The vase. Because he said he broke his vase, not, you know. Oh, it might be that. Oh, I think I figured it out. Let's see. Let's find out. Is it that? Although we might have to bring up the fact that medicine was in the kitchen, so I'm wondering if that's what I need to point out. Because he said he didn't touch anything else, but the medicine was in the kitchen. Let me try this, though. I feel pretty good about it. Okay. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we've heard. Oh, it's what they usually say when you're wrong.
The crime photo?
Or does it? Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. Oh, did I get it right?
What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
Should not exist. Sounds like you were describing yourself, Trite. Man, the dough. Take a chill pill in that coffee, will you?
Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What's something that should not exist in this photo?
Boop, 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 boop. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture.
The vase? What possible connection does it have to do with the witness's testimony?
Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table, because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. There was one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Wright. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There is only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Don't try to confuse the court, Wright. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror.
Well, witness, what did you have to say for yourself?
Oh, I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Are we not at all going to address the perjury? I'll be fine with it. Why did the victim have an earpiece in his ear but you couldn't hear?
You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Wright, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it.
Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick?
There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya.
What do you mean?
Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The victim was a phony! This case is riddled with contradictions, yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up.
And what is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenelg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elk. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Benari, there's an imposter among us. Man, I don't have the imposter noise on the soundboard, but pretend you hear it.
Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom.
Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh?
What did you say?
Trent, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Yes, I am. Someone pretended to be Glen Elk and acted out the whole coffee poisoning, all for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was...
The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. It's a serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but...
There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insinuating that the waitress was in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there are no other customers in the restaurant at that time. But
It's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right, well, witness. If your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct?
Oh la la, this is the most difficult for me.
No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribulations that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day.
Oui. La victim, Monsieur L, came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. So was no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Mon L became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that lead poisoning into the occurred. Mon, there was no time for a phony to do the acting.
Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all.
She wrote them on the bottle. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly.
What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. Everyone does it in this courtroom at least once. I will decide how to punish you later. But honestly, probably don't worry about it.
Oui.
For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination.
Yeah!
Was he alone at his table as well?
My sweet. I saw him from the kitchen.
Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Huh. Unfortunately for you, Wright. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking?
It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet.
Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct?
Oui, it comes often for my special coffee.
I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience.
Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You are most welcome anytime.
I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. Don't ask anything. How many minutes after? What time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it that Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oh no, I cannot remember, monsieur.
I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness?
The incident happened around 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10, no?
Just after 2, huh?
Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful.
I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? Most days, yes, but not all the time. The time of the day will be added to the witness's testimony.
Oui, monsieur judge. Everything I do it for you.
Merci, Pierre. That's French, isn't it? I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood.
He's even humming a song to himself.
Are you absolutely sure about the time?
When I think really hard, I am sure it was just after 2. Oui. It is the time I stopped serving the lunch menu.
Quite right. I always break for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I've been known to wind up a case early just to make it on time. Surely no innocent person has gone to, jail because of that.
I guess you should never get between a hungry judge and his lunch.
Oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already.
Witness, get on with your testimony, please. So your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim. How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Wright? You'd never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee, if you catch my grift. My grift. My gist. I don't know what word he said, but it was something like that. But there's a hole in his testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it. Hang on, I want to look at something. I always press. I always do, because you learn a lot of info. But what time was the lottery? Monday at 1:30, huh? 2? Evil Grezy laugh. I'm doing this just for fun, but I think I know what we need to do. Did you see him?
No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes! $500,000!"
And Venari, so every single cup he drinks is a different kind of coffee? According to him, yeah. I don't even know if there's, well, I think there are a lot of different types of coffee. But does he have them all on hand? Like, does he make them every morning and like put them in separate thermoses so that he can put them in different mugs? Or is it the same mug? These are the questions we really need to be asking. But unrelated to coffee.
Presumably the defendant heard that too then, correct? Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dog.
And what about Mr. Kudo?
Loud man choked on some birdseeds and got stuck in his throat. It seems we now have yet another incident on our hands.
And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill.
I'm a multi-talented woman, monsieur.
Sorry, what do you mean?
There is la renowned chef John Armstrong and la tragic poet Clarice Armstrong. Clarice? Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef in $500,000 debt, cooking for a man who won $500,000 for a lottery. It is called Pourquoi. It means why. Perhaps I could recite it to the court.
Please don't. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred?
I asked the old man to call from La Bayfront.
But your own argument. By your own argument, right, the purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear.
Indeed. Bien. It seems that shadow of a doubt has been lifted, n'est-ce pas?
I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh?
Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elk, and I refuse to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all.
But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too?
She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember?
Ah, you mean that's when the phony staged his act?
We'll know for sure once I find a hole in his testimony.
La victime, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived, not long after 2.
Are you absolutely sure about the time?
When I really think hard, I'm sure it was 2.
Oh, hang on. Oh, am I just going over it again? There were no other customers. Very excited. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that was the last thing. Okay. So, I know it's the lottery one, because I have a big brain, and watch, it'll be wrong, and I'll be like, no! Oh, let's see. Okay, just after 2, huh? Not long after that, huh? It may not be this statement, but I'm fairly certain of, I mean, I know I'm right. It's gotta be that. Because they're describing time, and there's time listed right here. Boom, baby! I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong.
Oui. What do you mean?
At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be the show man Elk was listening to.
I can't see any problems with this testimony, Mr. Wright.
I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu. Get to the point, Wright, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m., and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life.
It's on the air at 1:30.
Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. Boom! Slam down the microphone. It explodes all over the courtroom floor. Epic. This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Right, Venari? Got him indeed. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There is only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. The victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs at Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
Quite a performance, Wright. You're almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. See, this shows how I am. I was immediately thinking of a bread roll. But yeah, music, that works too. What is this, Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2. The phony elk is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then, where was the real Glen Elk? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elk was already dead.
It's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Thank you, Wright. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elk. Then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Oh, I know that one. Me. I haven't even had to look at the walkthrough yet. For this trial. I'm doing awesome. I know exactly what it is. The medication was in the kitchen.
If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Under the table. No. Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Wright. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence?
What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden?
Let's see. I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. This is a court theory!
First of all, where was the body of the real Mr. Elg? Inside Tribune. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribune.
Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court of these plans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed is... The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice suspicion. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Bam! Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle?
No. I've never seen such ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribune.
Where? But I only ever use these bottles for aromatherapy oils.
But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
It's Tylenol. Now, I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elk visited an otolarian gynecological clinic. I probably said that way wrong. And was given medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the body analyzed, and I have the lab results here. Medical terminology, am I right? Right, Venari? Agreed. You know what's up. The contents of the bottle that match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elk.
Spit take.
Glenn Elk's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hit the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. No!
Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elk? Never! I could never do such an horrible thing.
No! As Godot explodes.
Mr. Godot?
The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend?
French words! Pardon! Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me. Por favor. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor in Spanish.
What? I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it?
No, absolutely no.
Let's hear it. You've got one shot. Right, Gramps?
Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. And if you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you, as does my gavel.
Oui, it is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. It is true. I ate the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. Oops. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. You were forced? By whom? I cannot say. Oh, I will be erased.
Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table?
Say what? There was another man.
I knew it.
Maggie was telling the truth.
You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright.
There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. Did you carry the body by yourself?
Oui, I carried him, and I carried Maggie too.
Maggie too?
When she saw the victim collapse, she fainted. I could not leave her there.
But why did you hide the bodies?
A man
forced me to do it. I had no choice. Okay, yeah. What man? Who was he?
No, I cannot say. I fear for my life.
He's really scared.
You'll just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick.
Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him.
But why would you go along with this man?
I had to go along with him because there was a reason I could not refuse. And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, monsieur.
Yes?
Surely you cannot expect a young lady to talk about such an embarrassment.
Aiden, you're a bit old to get away with that.
And a bit too male.
That's fine. I can't finish the cross-examination without establishing your reason. So I'll just have to prove it with evidence. So, you're claiming that all you did was hide the bodies. Is that correct?
Oui, that's right. If we are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong, you must tell the court everything. You must make clear the identity of the man who ordered you to do this.
He's already confessed this much. He might as well stop dancing around the real issue.
Yeah, but he really doesn't want us to tell. He really doesn't want to tell us who the killer is.
Then suck it to him, Nick.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Okay. Man forced me to do it. I had no choice. Because there was a reason I could not refuse. I did not kill him. I swear you must believe me. Alright. I'm fairly certain we gotta use the lone one. Yes? Tender lender. You have a $500,000 debt, don't you?
$500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong? Oui, je suis désolé. I was weak and I borrowed the money.
This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked you of this man. Ooh. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything. This man told you.
Oui, it is as you say.
Mr. Armstrong.
Le tiger, he told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting la victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and lay inconscious Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hands was Mr. Furio Tigre.
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket, was that your doing as well? No, I know nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. I was not. It is this Mickey man.
Yes, Francis, magnifique. Ah, mwah. Thank you, Punch. Bien. I appreciate it. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of French in this case.
Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow.
30 minutes.
What?
The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. Grezy's only got so much time, you see. We'll make it snappy. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Wright. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way.
Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. You will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess.
I just looked at my timer and it says 4:04 and I was like, haha, that's funny. The time is not found. But yes, no, we are still going. we are ending this trial today. Because maybe what I can do is tomorrow finish the trial before the big one. And then sometime on my birthday, we will marathon the final stream. We'll be ending Phoenix Wright this week. Oh my God. And that just makes me go like, ah! Because I love streaming these games. I love it. I love it so much. So I'm just like, oh my God. Nintendo, you don't hear this, but I might have to find an emulator to play the other games. Oh my goodness. Oh. But yeah, we can do it. Yeah. Yo, aw, thank you, Inari. Yo, Merry Early Birthmas. Much appreciated. And I don't know when yours is, so either early birthday miss or late birthday miss to you as well. But yeah, it's gonna be an exciting week. We've got this.
So, we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand.
We've almost got this case won now, Nick.
I wish I could agree.
Huh?
When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth.
Fair point.
You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying?
I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal!
It's our guy! And then, ooh, so in June, we haven't missed it yet. So happy early birthday miss to you indeed then. Yay! Well, I hope you're doing something fun for it. Do you got any fun plans? Or are you just gonna chill? Are you gonna stream? Oh yeah, Detective Gumshoe.
What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Are you excited about Venari's birthday too? Your hair's standing on end.
Hey, it's a pot calling to kettle black, little top knot.
It's not a top knot.
Never mind about the hair.
Oh, never mind about the hair. Just calm down, all right?
I can't stand still when I have a job to do. I kinda get wound up.
No kidding.
You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour.
An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then.
But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right?
True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprints analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me?
Well, we mentioned the medicine before. Is it this? Because I feel like that would be the most decisive. Because, I mean, why would the medication really be that important? It's not letting me save, and I don't know if it's going to F me up. I don't think the game would do that. So I am going to check really quick, just to make sure. Because I don't want to screw that up in case there's an issue. I don't think the game would do that to me, though. Small bottle. It's not that one. Okay, so it is the green one. All right. Okay. Yeah, unidentified fingerprints on it. Yeah, okay. That makes sense too, but like, you know, just check it, just making sure.
If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey, that's a small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back.
And Venari, you said you're going to try to spend some time with family? I think that's awesome. I am probably going to be seeing, or not probably, I'm going to be seeing my family, not the day of my birthday, but going to be seeing them on the, I think it's technically Memorial Day. So I think we're going to be seeing them then. So it's kind of like celebrating Memorial Day / my birthday kind of thing. So yeah, so I'm glad that we're both going to be able to, you know, see the fam. So that's good. Hope it's a chill, fun time with them. All right. I know this is not a chill, fun time, unfortunately, for Phoenix and Wright. Or Phoenix, Wright and friends. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess.
It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys.
Court will now reconvene, Mr. Goodlow. Did you find this Furio Tigre?
And Minara, you say I also get to bake my once-a-year cookie dough cheesecake? Ooh, that sounds pretty cool. I only just recently got into cheesecake. I used to hate cheesecake as a kid. I hated it. I don't know why. It just, one of those tastes, I just did not appreciate that. But now I like it. Especially just plain cheesecake with like strawberry on it. I love that. Mwah! But that sounds pretty dang good. So heck yeah. I hope you can enjoy that annual cookie dough cheesecake. Whew, sounds good. I like it.
Court will now reconvene, Mr. Goodlow. Did you find this Furio Tigre?
What if he was like, no, I even tamed it for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites.
Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness, please state.
Maya, don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there's room for me down there too.
Would you mind?
What you say to me?
Nothing! I didn't say nothing, honest.
Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge?
I got business to take care of, you hear me?
So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky?
No, of course not. It was the judge.
Your Honor?
Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on the proceedings as normal.
That's it, we're doomed.
Maybe you just didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here?
There's no need to shout, we can all hear you.
What'd you say?
There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare, the relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one who hauled you in.
Too cool.
Don't let him get the better of you, Nick!
Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct?
Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, masked boy.
You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird?
Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas.
Oh, of course. Perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us more about what you did on the day of the murder.
Phoenix Wright? You's the one who set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Phoenix.
Get a grip, Nick. Also gross.
I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in the office. I got ways lined up to borrow cash from Tenderlenda every single day. Just want to check my alibi. Just ask for a letter.
At last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination. No, what is it? Please, witness, if you come refrain from shouting.
I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, smarty. Every time you ask something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and he's gonna buy the cash from me.
That's one loan contract I refuse to sign.
And don't think I ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger.
So I guess this means no pressing.
I love a good spectator sport.
Just a minute. That's really not.
This witness is... how can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too.
Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here.
You better be listening. I said I ain't got business to take care of. It's big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gotta catch my bus.
The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Judge getting bullied by a witness. The judge gets bullied a lot. As I know we all know, he's bullied by most of the prosecutors. I mean, Francesca with her whip. He gets bullied a lot.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can do it, Nick.
You'd think he'd be used to it.
Come out from under there already, would you, Maya?
Okay, my juice is officially done. I'm gonna drink my water. There we go. Oh, I was about to do it. I was about to say, or I was about to press. I don't know nothing about a murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in the office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tenderlender every single day. If you want to check my alibi, just ask Violetta.
Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see all these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is.
Sharp? Is he talking about Violetta?
She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says. So that's where I was.
That seems like a rather sketchy schedule.
There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So what now? Mr. Tigre, what do you want?
If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
Is that too far? This is a dead-end Triton, you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately.
I agree.
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before.
I don't believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please.
Mr. Tigre, the court asks that you add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor. Ask him yourself.
Okay, said he never saw that kid before. Again, I don't know. Since I'm not supposed to press too much, I'll just go ahead and do this.
Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glen Elk, but it appears that Mr. Elk knew you. What? Mr. Elk left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd.
December 3rd? That's the day of the murder.
So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glen Elk, because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad. He's actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you to see how good you were.
Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad.
That's one compliment I could do without. Plus he's lying through his teeth.
Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
He's calling me a liar. Is that what you're doing? So you're saying that your claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth?
I said I'm dead serious.
You better believe that's the truth. Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre.
Oh yes, would you mind including or indulging the court witness?
He never actually met the victim. It's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy.
Am I allowed to press? Or well, this is the testimony. Yeah, it's okay.
I ain't no liar. I never met no Glen Elk. There was some lame guy with that name though, wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy in my office, the lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't never shown. I ain't never been to that Tribune joint, you see?
I see. Yeah, that all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up.
I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I'm gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right?
Yeah.
Can I cross-examine? Like cross-examine, can I press? Oh, I do feel like we have it. I'm just nervous to I keep saying cross-examine. I'm nervous to press because I don't want to get in trouble. We can always save, but let me look real quick because I was thinking, yes, matches for Tribune found at Tenderlender. That one's pretty easy. Oh, you ain't never been, huh? That's really funny that you say that. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches?
Matches? What you talking about?
We found them in your office at Tenderlender. They're from that restaurant.
What?
If you've never really been to Tribune before, what was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk?
Who's been snooping around in my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me.
Order! Order! Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Yes, sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me.
I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day.
What?
But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid.
Well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony.
I'm this close to proving it was him.
He did meet Glen Elk that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have.
I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw an ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions.
No problem. Anytime Tribe presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty.
Mr. Gadamo, that's my job.
Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it.
Yes, sir.
The special express ain't cheap, right? Just so he knows you's paying.
Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Right, Venari? The judge does need to grow a spine. That probably would help. Okay, so I'm not allowed to press at least now, that's for sure. Okay. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw the ugly scene. Guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. Figured the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. What time did he get there? That might be relevant. I'm tempted to see if we do that, if it'll explain the time. Hang on. The cop signs my way out. Let's try back to my office. I'm gonna try pressing it. So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tenderlender at all.
The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. It's always that way when I want to talk about repayments.
Even though I got the best punching bag he's ever seen in there, if there are any issues. Maybe it's because of the punching bag that people are scared to come. So that's why you decided to meet at Tribulations. Huh. You're going over old ground again, Wright. Sorry.
Ah! No!
Rude.
I refuse to take that. Not fair. Okay, so can't press on that one. Huh. Maybe, because we talked about time before in relation to the cops being called by Victor Kudo. Because like when he went to go do it. Let's just try it. Let's see what happens.
You went straight back. Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for what you did? What you was trying to say? You trying to tell me you ain't never been guilty of nothing? We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide, like this. The courtroom's not exactly the place to talk about dark secrets, is it? It seems you've done it again.
Ah,
I'm not trying to.
just open the door to the joint. I saw an ugly scene. See, these feel like they would be reiterating stuff we already know, but I mean, in the end, I might as well, if I just kind of clicky on everything, eventually we'll find the right one to press on.
So you didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then? The tiger's a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got time to be caught up in a murder investigation. So when exactly did you pick up the matches? The matches just inside the front door. Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chef after taking 5 books home. Poor Kalshu. It's almost enough to make a man cry.
So I didn't get penalized for that one.
Just in case. You mean you saw Glenelg's dead body? I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of cloth he called a hat. And what time was this? See, that's what I'm wanting. Time. Thank you, finally. I don't know. Huh? You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gotta pollute my paws with some ticking henpecker. Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up the second most? Huh? But you stink! Square watches! Is this guy for real? Look, all I need to know was that it was something bad that was going down at that place.
Dang it, that's what I wanted. I wanted
Time established! Oh.
Do I have something already that would work? And I already forgot what I already did. So I already tried that one. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene.
You mean you saw Glenelg's dead body?
Wait, oh, that was what I just did. Whoops. My bad. I thought that one sounded familiar. Okay, I did that one too. And that was another one I didn't get penalized for. Okay, so yeah, we did those ones. We already did that one. Okay, do I already have what I need then? I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. I'm a bit stumped. I'm supposed to meet with him. In the afternoon, when I opened the door to the joint, I saw an ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, so I went straight back to my office. Hang on. I do need to take a quick little peek at the walkthrough. Because is there a statement that I get information from? That's mostly what I want to kind of find out. Okay, well, I guess you don't get new information from anything. It just says you can press statement 3 and 4, which I did do. Oh, it's the floor plan. Oh. So I guess I'm just kind of curious why the floor plan with this. 2 and 3. It says you could use it at either 2 or 3. When I opened the door to this scene, I saw... Oh, wait, okay, yeah, because... Hang on, let's look at that floor plan then, yeah. That's the entrance. Oh yeah, if he didn't even walk in, he wouldn't have seen the body. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, walkthrough, that tracks. That tracks. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Wright? A new line of irrelevant questioning. These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you're standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this.
Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat.
Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head.
Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
What? That's true.
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So from the entrance of Tribulations, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him. Wrong! Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table.
Nope.
But the defense just proved to that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glen Elg, but a fake.
What?
In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. Charade.
That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious questioning being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glen Elg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of the criminal to this court.
It was Bruto. No, it was Furio. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it.
What?
Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you just don't understand. The tiger is asking, so I dares to say it again. Come on, you got guts!
You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell them witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright!
Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. Who's got guts? I'll give you that.
Mr. Wright, don't leave me to handle this alone.
Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Kudo!
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't just see the victim. Oh, no.
The servant girl brought him a cappuccino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She was very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Was the victim? He saw that real victim or not, that doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison in the coffee.
Yes, it was. Beatrice who... Very impressive, Mr. Cattell. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Huh. Found your pen at last, Trite. It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenelg, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright? I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenelg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident, and someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? Who's this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender. You're making a big mistake. Do you know who Violeta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean.
Stop shaking, Nick.
Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following.
Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer at the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. She had a kind of cackling laugh.
There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table was who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? You's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? You've got it all wrapped up nice, huh, Wright? But just missed one real important thing. What, that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you see? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? What a troublemaker. Troublemaker. Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Trabian between yourself and the victim? Yeah, I loaned El Cash about $100,000. That day, he was due to have a little chat. That kid hit his paycheck date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no ways to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won! I'm $1 million! He got lucky, just not real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over. Now that I see, the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elk was $50,000. Yeah, well, he's got the rig to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I'd have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive. He has to have one, but what is it?
Ooh, me thinks he has one. Am I allowed to press? Am I allowed? I don't know. Am I still... Hang on, I want to look at the thing. Am I allowed to press? Okay,
It does say press. It does say press. It doesn't say that I can't. I'm tempted. I'm just gonna do it. Let's see what happens. I just need to know.
See if any way of paying the loan back. The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't give it up till he landed a big win. So I agreed to help him. Help him, you? I kept hitting him with the ideas for ways he could get big. But the guy kept losing.
So you were helping him for his sake or yours?
We don't compromise. You help me, I help you. What's the difference, huh?
I don't believe this.
Nick, would anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5 max.
Thanks a lot, Maya. So how much were you expecting to pay, or him to pay you back on that day?
What'd you think? The whole package, $100,000, including interest.
That's a real heavyweight punch.
Once a client misses overpayment, you call the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world, that's how you gotta know.
And how many times had Mr. L been late with his repayment?
Once.
And how much was he supposed to pay back every month?
$50.
Sounds like Mr. Elk was in a real sticky spot.
Yeah, $50 a month. He never paid that huge loan off. How much did he have left on his debt?
You wanted in round figures about 100,000. That's the whole amount.
We're talking about a guy who had 50 cents in his wallet.
What? You was telling me you wasn't even gonna pay for that coffee? He certainly seems to have been a braver man, this Mr. Elk. That guy was smooth, I tell you, just real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes, that's what he says to me. The guy then calls me the tender tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me.
Was that because he...
The guy won the lottery. Was his last chance at a big win.
Then you can confirm this is the ticket in question.
That's it.
The Million Radio Show starts at 1:30 and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you 2 minutes of accuracy.
And the whole scene was acted out, again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Kudo would see it.
I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it.
Thank you for saying I have no viruses. I appreciate that. Was there anyone else in the restaurant at the time?
I don't remember.
If there was no one there, I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola Cadaverini was all there at the time.
So the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning?
Seems that way to me.
But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you?
The undying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you ever had, that's what defines a true gambler. He makes it sound so cool.
Don't be tempted, Nick. If you've got the willpower, you haven't got the willpower for it.
All I know is that kid took a shot and he got lucky in the end.
The waitress, you mean...
The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair, who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done.
Maybe I should just push a little on this. Ask about what Maggie did. Ask how things would have been. What exactly are you implying the defendant did?
How about you ask Four Eyes about that $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad, she poisoned Nick's coffee.
A likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. T. Gray. Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, Wright.
The law doesn't exactly agree with some of the deals I sent down. I couldn't be there when the cops showed up, so I split.
I see.
Your Honor. The witness's last few statements are worth 2 good cups of coffee.
I concur, Mr. Cadeau. You will amend your testimony accordingly.
That's what you have to, Phoenix?
Then the tiger's trying to pin the crime on Maggie. If I ask him about what he saw, it's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with?
He's all there. What I'm talking about, the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman.
It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim.
Oh, but did he though? I know what he needed to pay. Someone with an interesting last name.
Are you happy with the testimony, or would you like it amended?
Have it amended. I'm not going to get anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like the testimony amended.
Very well. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect your recent statements. It was after the 100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill that guy.
So, you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owned you, correct?
I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right.
Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, $100,000 wasn't enough to cover it, was it?
Huh?
About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital, where she underwent surgery.
Where did you get all this info?
These medical paper documents that the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. Payment for these expenses was due in December of last year and was paid in full.
$1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs.
No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright?
Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini.
Did you say Cadaverini?
I did say Cadaverini. We'll say it again. Bruno Cadaverini. See, there's Cadaverini one more time. Bruno Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all the underworld activities in the city, and dotted grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? Makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt.
Order! What do you say to that witness?
It's a nice little fairy tale, Trite. But even if the witness did need $1 million, that doesn't tie him to Mr. Elg's murder. Mr. Elg only owed him $100,000, and no hope of repaying it anyway.
Yeah, that guy was worth my spit.
I don't think so. In fact, the opposite is true.
The opposite?
Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to pay the money is crucial.
What?
Do you know where you're going with this, Nick?
You've got to think outside the box, Maya.
Outside the box?
It's very straightforward. Mr. Tigre wasn't after $100,000 at all.
It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? What exactly was Mr. Tigre after?
Oh, you know, just a little indie band.
Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Care to explain how skill can be used as collateral to secure a loan, Trite?
He had the skill to create a computer virus, and so he did. A virus known as MC Bomber.
A computer virus? What does it do?
A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer.
A computer? What does one of those do?
I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important part. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Mr. Tigre, you couldn't have cared less about the $100,000. Isn't that right? All you care about was getting one thing, the virus. On the day of the murder, Mr. T. Gray's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glen Elk had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. T. Gray knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. T. Gray would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win. Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elk won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. T. Gray with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glen Elk and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. T. Gray posed as Glen Elk, while Violetta Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Cooper. Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have kept in... For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. T. Gray's plan.
Order! I was
Just put on a good show, Spikey. If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like a kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one?
Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite?
Oh, that's a big penalty. No, let me save.
Rude. Okay, what was this trick you say Mr. T. Gray performed to frame the accused? What?
Is it that? I mean, I'm at a loss. I don't know what else it would be. Trick you say Mr. T. Gray performed to frame the accused. Would it be this, maybe? That he was working along with her? I'm gonna press it. Oh my god, I'm gonna feel so stupid if I'm wrong. Oh, he's gulping. Oh no, I was wrong.
And what's the relevance of that, Trite? It's just a little intro. An intro into what?
It seems this has been an elaborate trick on the part of the defense.
Okay, I'm saving here because I don't think it's gonna let me save. I'm just gonna have to deal with that.
No, wait! Mr. T. Gray did play a trick, a huge trick. Interesting. Why don't you fill us in?
Yeah, oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong again. I'm wrong again, aren't I? No. I'm gonna have to check the walkthrough because I am at a loss. I do not know what they're referring to. Ah! Nope, go back. Load. We aren't losing that many points. And hey Ross, how you doing? I am doing well. Thank you for asking. How was your stream earlier today? I saw that you were streaming.
I gotta do a little stretchy. But yeah, I'm doing well. We're finishing up this case so that I can gear up for the marathon. Hopefully I'll be where I want to be at least by Saturday. So we're gonna hopefully get there. Tired but good. Had a good stream earlier. Oh, well, good. I'm glad that you did. And I hope that since you're tired, I hope that you have a nice, relaxing rest of the evening and there's no stress. I hope you can just vibe. But speaking of stress, hang on, let me look real quick. Let me take a quick check. Because I really am at a loss of what they want me to do. What is it? Hang on. MC Bomber. Oh, duh. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking of the time of the murder, but they're talking about to cover his trail. This whole thing is about phony Phoenix, right? So yeah, that's what we have to do. We have to reference that he was the fake attorney. Yeah. I forgot I had that piece of evidence. And I forgot it was also relevant. And then you said you beat 2 areas and bosses in Dark Souls? Oh, sweet. Awesome. Clap for you. Awesome job, Russ. I know you're gonna kick that game in the pants. I believe in you.
Wait, who on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation!
Considering yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me.
What? That's
the truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I'd ever seen.
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was?
Hey,
forget about it, yeah. I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, it's right here in court. We deal with people's lives.
Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing here before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it.
What? But the badge! The badge! It's made of paper!
If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive.
But we've come so far! You say he impersonated Glenn Elg, you say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. And Ross, this man has a coffee addiction. Well, you don't even know the half of it. He chugs it down like crazy. It's awesome. But yeah, he definitely is he's the poster man for coffee for sure. And earlier you were saying the funny part is I did the harder part first without realizing it. Oh, hey, yeah. Yeah, you got this game, man. You've got this. Oh, and money, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I definitely need it with Tigre's like weird voice that I'm doing for him. So much appreciated. Oh, but he's back to his normal self, speaking of. Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You got that? All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt.
Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I had just one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. This witness cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigray.
Of course not.
Your Honor, sir. Wait!
Yay, it's Gumshoe!
Detective? Detective Gumshoe. Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. But here it is. My heart's counting on this too. What is it, detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. What?
Right, Venari? Gumshoe coming in clutch. Like always. Because he's great. We stand for Gumshoe.
Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? I brought the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle.
Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now?
Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know.
So tell us, did the tigers right?
I knew it. You bet. Clear as crystal all over the bottle. The Inferior Tiger's paw prints, all right.
That's great. We've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick.
I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make a difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elg's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, it really doesn't make a difference now. I know it. Great, no matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself.
This was our last chance to help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence this whole time. It's all right. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe? Maggie! You've been working on something for me?
Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get you out of this.
Detective Gumshoe, wait!
He's gone.
Isn't there anything we could do now, Nick?
I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it.
If I remember correctly, it's by lying. Or misrepresenting the truth.
Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered.
Yes. Decisive. We love that.
Don't keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us.
Venari, oh yeah, this last part gets crazy from what I remember. Yeah, wee bit.
Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But you lawyers should know how to blow things out of proportion. Don't doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through, Mr. Wright.
Well, I know I can't prove anything. Anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright.
Woo! No! Oh, I don't want to be that low. Am I supposed to present this? Try it. See what happens.
This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's?
Yeah, stop you right there, Your Honor. Yeah, about that. Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigray.
What? But Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should be theoretically in the dark. My puts on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Ooh, I'm saving just in case. Why? Because it contains... This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You make a good clown, you know that. What? You ain't never gonna get this to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see right through you, Miss Phoenix Wright. That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No, this is the bottle. We found traces of the poison in it. Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle is brown and it's made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it.
Wow.
Blink, blink.
Indeed. Okay, so about that cyanide bottle you just clearly described.
Got him at last. What? Why's everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle.
Is this the bottle you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. But don't let Cody look and silk fool you people. Lawyers just playing games. Tell them, Mr. Prosecutor, tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You just don't know who you're messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was a phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. You're a phony. Oh, yes. Yes.
Oh yeah, here you go. That's the epic meltdown that we all love to see. Beautiful. Whoa. He screamed the lights off.
What's going on? Looks like a blackout.
Oh, looks like a blackout.
Well done, Trite. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it while you watch the police restrain your prey.
And then Venari, you're saying, I remember when I played this case, I got to this part and wondered if Wright could actually get away with this without getting disbarred. Then I remembered the outdated autopsy report in the first game. Yep, that is very true. And I won't spoil anything in case you haven't. But out of curiosity, have you played anything after the trilogy? I can't remember, because I know we've discussed stuff like this before, I'm pretty sure. But I'm just curious. Oh yeah.
Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go.
That was beautiful.
Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot?
He has been arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Elk, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of a genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal. Ha! The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. The court finds the defendant Maggie Bird.
Not guilty! Yay! Good job, Miss Bird. Good job.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. Now I feel like I can forgive him.
Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger.
Look, Nick, in the doorway.
Detective Gumshoe. Oh, I guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. Wait!
Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Maggie.
Thanks.
I knew you were innocent all along.
Why didn't you say that in your testimony then?
Huh? Oh, well, Well, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective. He just ran off.
Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly.
Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him.
Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick?
Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. I'm like 99% sure I know what it is, but hey, can't help, can't hurt. Maggie, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this.
I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up.
He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts.
He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it.
I've got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate the freedom. Take that! Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom.
That's...
A present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love.
He said you lost weight and he was worried about you.
Detective Gumshoe!
I actually really like Queenies, Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself,
Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it?
Is it okay if I eat this now?
Aww.
So, how is it, Maggie?
It's really good. Aww.
Yay!
So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie or whatever he said. And who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. It's probably full of a lot of bad luck, but hey. I will say, she might have bad luck into getting into bad situations, but she gets good luck by, being found not guilty. Turnabout beginnings. Ooh. All right, so what I'm hoping to do... Whoop. Yes, safe. Okay. What I'm hoping to do is stream the case, that one, the turnabout, from the past, that one that we just saw, tomorrow. I'm going to try to do it all. I'm going to do it all. And that will definitely prepare me for the marathon that I hope to have on Saturday. But yeah, that was a good one. I enjoyed the stream, and I enjoyed having all of you with me. And Renari, you were saying, I played the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and the Ace Attorney Trilogy. I haven't played the other games in that series, though, too. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I won't spoil anything, but I will say, what you said before about, oh, you know how you were thinking about him getting disbarred and stuff? Shruggies. I'm just saying. That might come up in a future game, mayhaps. Just mentioning it. Maybe I know I want to stream it, so if I can find an emulator, you didn't hear that, Nintendo. Yeah. But yeah. That being said, let's see if we can go find a friend to raid. Let's see who we got. Do. Who is streaming right now? Let's see. Umbra is streaming. Resaldia is streaming. Let's see. Show more. These are all offline. Torukaru is streaming. Strix is streaming. Or Gator is playing Power Wash Simulator. Hey, you know what? That sounds chill. We just had a crazy time. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Is he still playing though? Let's double check. Okay. Okay, so he's still going, so that's perfect. So yeah, let's go find our friend Arlo. Let's go stream. Let's go raid our friend Gator over here. I think that'll be fun. We had a crazy stream. Now we can try to have a chill stream with Arlo. All right, so I'm setting that up, getting that ready. All right, but thanks so much everybody for coming to the stream. And if you're able to come tomorrow, we'll be doing another trial. And like I said, on my birthday, I really hope that we can make that an epic, awesome marathon to finish the last case all in one go, because it's long and it's going to be epic, and it's the conclusion to the original Phoenix Wright trilogy, and it's so precious to me. I love this game. I love this game so much. So yeah, either way, thanks for coming today at any rate, and I hope you all have a great rest of your day, your night, wherever it is that you're from. And Vinara, you were saying it was good to hang out. Do take care. Oh, well, thank you. I'm gonna make me some dinner. I'm hungry. I only had like half a sub today, and that was basically all I had. So yeah, I'm ready for that. But until next time, see you later and have a good one. Bye.